Hey, what's up, everyone? My apologies. I was running late. Finally here now. I put the invite link. I put that in the chat. So I'm hoping that Zuli is out there and he will join us shortly. In the meantime, just want to point out the community tab stuff for my channel, the Bit of Medicine Podcast, as well as the community stuff that I've been resharing to my community tab from the KWAZ Radio YouTube channel. There's been some developments with designs for merch. I've been putting some of them up here and there. You guys could check it out. If you like them, give them a thumbs up. This is where we know to go forward and keep building on that idea. Still haven't heard back from Zuli, but tonight, as you know, we're discussing Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. Might talk a little bit about, or probably will talk about, the first movie. It was just Black Panther, and we should be talking about that shortly. In the meantime, let me start the show. And on the other side, hopefully by then, Zuli is here. And we can have a good conversation. So you guys stay tuned. I'm going to start the show officially. On the other side, we will discuss Wakanda Forever. So y'all stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the matron. Make sure you guys are checking out the other shows on KWAZ Radio. That's Tanzan African Mind. That's the Forecast Radio. That's Brother Bakari Podcast. And that's Considerate Cheeks Show. All good stuff. Make sure you guys are tapped in to all of those shows. Let me welcome my boy this week. Zuli, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm good, man. What's going on, man?
Good. I'm glad to be able to talk to you about this film. So I have some notes on the progression of the film. Do you want me to read those, and then you'll stop me where you think there's something important to talk about?
Yeah. We definitely do that. Yeah. I took some notes too.
Okay, good. All right. There's a little echo coming from you. Yeah. If you mute your mic, that'll be good. Okay, so we got Sister Raw in the chat. I appreciate Sister Raw coming through. Sister Raw doesn't really watch movies, so I'm kind of delighted that she's come through to hang with us. There's a couple more lurkers in the background. You guys say what's up, man. Let us know who you are, who are out there. But Wakanda Forever is a follow-up to the Black Panther film. Of course, Wakanda Forever had its issues because its star, Chadwick Boseman, may rest in peace, he passed away like 2 years before this film came out. So they did have, I'll give them this much. They had some trouble filling the role, and I'm sure being able to tell the story, a follow-up story, without their main star, and the fact that the studio, Marvel Studios, just kind of said, well, we're not going to recast the character. So I like to put that out there. And that has to be incredibly difficult if they're not going to recast and your star died. So I'll give them that. So let me, like I said to Julie, let me go through reading some of the things that happened during the film. So this is going to be full of spoilers. If you've seen the film and you want to join the conversation, click the link. I put it out there in the chat earlier. Click the link and come up on the panel, and you could join us and have a conversation with Azuli and I about this film. I'm sure we're going to talk about Black Panther 1 a little bit as well. So Sister Tanzana's out there. She can join us as well to talk about Black Panther, the first movie. So Wakanda Forever, the movie starts with Shuri asking the god of the Wakandans, Bast, who she doesn't believe in, by the way. Shuri is the younger sister and scientist in the family. She asks Bast for help in trying to recreate the heart-shaped herb to save T'Challa's life. But before she can successfully do so, Queen Ramonda tells her that T'Challa passed away, and Shuri starts crying. Shortly after that, a funeral is held for T'Challa.
Yo, Coco, before you go deep in it, I feel like we should address what did you feel about not recasting the Black Panther?
Sure, yeah. I felt that they should have recast the character because of the general favor that the character has in the comics. Like T'Challa, is a big deal in the comics. And if you've been a long time fan of the comics, a lot of people are fans of the Black Panther character really through T'Challa. They've told the stories of the father, T'Chaka, and several of the other Black Panthers, but it's T'Challa who people really care about. And so they should have just recast the character and try to showcase Chadwick Boseman in some other kind of way. Try to like give him his RIPs in some other way. I'll give you an example. There was a TV show called Spartacus a couple years back. After the first season, the guy playing Spartacus, a young guy too at the time, he shows up on it. I think it was testicular cancer or some kind of cancer, and he dies. Well, they recast the role, and the show goes on for a couple of more years. And in the very last episode of the show, there's this montage kind of thing, and they finish it with the original actor saying "I am Spartacus," like what was said in the film. The original actor, they put him up saying "I am Spartacus." So I think they should have done something like that. What were your thoughts?
I really think it was a disservice. Like I think they should have recast it because I didn't understand why people were so in love with Chadwick. Like, oh, he's the Black Panther, he's the face of Black Panther. Like with Batman and Superman, two iconic superheroes, from time to time, they recast the cast. They recast the actor. So I didn't understand why black people were so in love with Chadwick Boseman playing the Black Panther. And I didn't and to be honest, I don't think he what's the word? Iconicized it, if that's a word. Like where we could never see anybody else as the Black Panther. So I did not understand that affinity for Chadwick to be the sole Black Panther at the moment. Like I don't get it because I saw Black Panther one. I think it was an okay job. He didn't have any outbreaking. His acting wasn't outbreaking, and any other Black Panther parts he played throughout the Marvel universe. So I didn't understand why they didn't recast another Black Panther to play T'Challa. T'Challa is not synonymous with so they making T'Challa now synonymous like with Chadwick Boseman. Like now I think the T'Challa character is dead. He could never come back in this movie. Because in the next series, who becomes the Black Panther, they say it's his son. So it was weird for me. Like I didn't understand the affinity that no recast that, and black people were like adamant about it. Like I did a lot of like they. I spoken to a lot of my friends. They was like, oh no, this character he played was what's the word? Not there's a word for it. I can't. It's like whenever you think of Black Panther, they want you to think of Chadwick Boseman. Like I didn't understand it. Like when you think of Superman, back in the day, usually Christopher Reeve, but now you don't think about Christopher Reeve because maybe Christopher Reeve had a chance to solidify himself as Superman. I don't think Chadwick Boseman had gotten that chance because he passed. It's like even like the even my boy that played 007, the last guy, the blonde one.
Yeah, Daniel Craig.
Yeah. He actually solidified him as one of the best James Bond.
Mm.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm being too. I didn't see him. I'm not saying Chadwick Boseman is not a good actor, but I don't think he put a stamp on the Black Panther that he's the only T'Challa that could have played. So that's my opinion on that.
Oh, we got our boy Mchaka in the chat. Mchaka says, I can understand not recasting. You forget that Black Panther was going to take over the second phase of Marvel after Iron Man. His roles in the Avenger movies were building up his eventual role. He says the circumstances are unique in this case. Unfortunately, he said 007 is a spy classification, so it's not directly comparable. Well, yeah, okay. I wondered personally, I wondered if it was, and I know this might be a crazy thought. I wondered if it was a money thing, because I'll tell you something. Had Chadwick lived, they was gonna have to pay him good money after the second film for sure, if he had lived. I wonder if they thought, well, maybe because their back was against the wall, Chadwick died, and you need someone to step in there who could really nail the role. I wonder if they thought if they were afraid a new person would come in and try to demand bigger bucks.
I'm not even gonna lie. I thought, and this is gonna be maybe blasphemy, I think Killmonger was more memorable than Chadwick Boseman in the first one. So I don't even understand why people was in love with Chadwick. I think Killmonger was more memorable acting wise and my memory stamped my memory more than Chadwick Boseman. And that's not taking anything away from Chadwick. I just in the script, did not give him the capacity or the space to put a stamp on the character. It's like when we think of Blade right now, I'm thinking of Wesley Snipes
Right.
because Blade 1, Blade 2, even Blade 3, Wesley Snipes put the stamp down. Like you can't see any. But I could. My thing is Batman. There was numerous Batman. I don't understand why people said, "Oh, Chadwick, you stop." Like I don't think he put a stamp on it and solidified. Oh, like I couldn't see another person as Black Panther. So that's my opinion on it. So I mean, I'm not saying that because people are gonna be. Chadwick is a good actor. I don't know if he's great, but he's a very good actor. So, but I don't think he put the stamp on it.
Well, my
And maybe it's
favorite.
not his fault. Hold on, maybe it's not his fault. Maybe it's just the Black Panther character is not that doesn't have as much of nuances the way it was written, or different degrees of level of in depth to go into that type of character. So go ahead.
Well, I think the first movie. I think the stance of Killmonger plus Michael B. did the menacing type of thing really well. I just think his overall stance would vibrate better with most of us in the West. And I think a lot of folks, Zuli fell off here, but I hope he'll be back in a second. I just think the stance of Black Panther versus Killmonger and what Killmonger was about and why, I think that resonates more with Black folks in the West. And I think that's why we like that character more. Zuli is back. Did you hear my response there?
No, say it again. My bad. Say it again. I didn't hear you.
I said I think personally the stance that Killmonger had, the character, and I think he was well played. The menacing villain type role played by by Michael B. I think his stance is what made us like Killmonger more than Black Panther himself. At least for those of us in the West and our consciousness of what has occurred to our folks. I think that's why he was so much more liked. You know what I mean? Before I start back reading the what happened in this second film, do you want to touch on anything else before I begin?
Go ahead. Go ahead. We could carry on.
All right. So, like I said, the movie starts with Shuri asking their god, Bast, who she doesn't believe in, because she's the scientist. She's asking Bast to help in trying to recreate the heart-shaped herb to save the child's life. Remember in the prior film, Killmonger burns down the garden with all the heart-shaped herbs in it. But before Azuli, you have to mute your mic. There's that noise coming through. But before Shuri can do it successfully, their mother, Queen Ramonda, comes into the lab and tells Shuri that T'Challa has passed away, and Shuri starts crying. A funeral is held for T'Challa. Everyone, interestingly enough, everyone wears white at this funeral, right? We're used to black as the color of mourning, but they went the opposite way. Remember, T'Challa says death is not the end in his culture. It's merely a stepping off point. So he's supposed to be in the ancestral plane. So they wear white, celebrate his life, right? And his coffin is taken away by a Wakandan jet to presumably, I'm guessing, to where all the other kings are buried. 1 year after that, Ramona arrives at the United Nations, where other countries, particularly France and
Can,
US.
can we talk about that burial scene or the whole? I feel there's one thing. If we can look at Shuri and the first Black Panther versus the second Black Panther, right? They masculinize her ASAP. if you look at her, the way she was dressed in the first one versus the way she looked in the second one, she's very angry. She's very masculine. And number one thing is I did not like is the way all of a sudden Shuri now has no respect for the ancestor realm. Did you not did you like that part?
Yeah, I bucked up against it slightly. I understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to make her a woman of science, not of spirituality. But why that was so weird to me is that your father, your grandfather, presumably, and your brother all interacted with the spirit realm. So it's like saying these people were liars then. To me, that's how I took it. It's like you didn't believe your father, that he went to the spirit realm.
But
You
the
know?
thing is,
Yeah, go ahead.
with science, right? There's a hypothesis, and you do the method, and then you do the evidence. But there's evidence that the afterlife exists in
Right.
that world. For her to disregard, because the plan, she disregarded the plan, because she said she's not trying to build the plan, she rebuild the plan, she's just trying to save her brother.
Right.
She disrespect the technology, the ancestral. This is what I want to call it, the ancestral science. She totally went against it. She totally said it was trash because when her and her mother went to by the sea or whatever to talk about it,
By the river, yeah.
and when she said she was gonna burn the,
The funeral clothes.
she was like, I forgot what she said. She was like, nah, I don't want that. This is very, and yo, they made her very unemotional. They trying to like she had no emotional feminine character, and people think that's just by accident, but whoever wrote that story, that screenplay, did that on purpose. Because if you look at the beginning of the story, and Black Panther prior, she was wearing dresses, and this Black Panther, she never has on a dress, except from the beginning.
Except for the funeral, right?
No, not even at the funeral. At the when she was trying to save the brother, and when the mother came in and told her he died.
Mm.
So it's when people watch this movie, they think, oh, it's just what it is. It's this and that and the third. But there's always something at hand trying to manipulate people's opinion and people's behavior.
Yeah.
So I felt that was very, like, I don't understand how he could go from, in the first realm they believe in the whole ancestral realm, but in the second one she doesn't really believe in it. She rejects it, but there's actual evidence that it exists.
Yeah. Like I said, I brushed up against that too. I'm like, you have too much ancestors around you, including your brother who died a year before, who was Black Panther and all that. You have too much examples of it, and for you to disbelieve that is kind of strange.
And
Uh,
not even that. They actually, when you drink the purple flower or whatever, she actually knows that T'Challa actually went to talk to his father and grandfather. So how could you come in Wakanda Forever? You totally reject it.
well, I think it's what Chaka is saying here too, which is what you was alluding to. When they went, and I don't want to say things out of order, but when they go down to the river to do that thing with burning the funeral clothes, and I'll talk about it later, guys. Again, I don't want to jump ahead too much, right? But Shuri said something like what Mchaka is saying, that it was just for her father, grandfather, brother, all those folks who went to the ancestral realm. as a scientist, she's saying that it was just a figment of the imagination. It was like a hallucination, but there wasn't really anyone going and connecting with the past. So that's they're trying to set that up.
You cannot use that because when you actually drink the fucking thing, you get those powers. There's no way in this movie, in the first one, that they said it was an illusion that you could. When you saw the first Black Panther, there was nothing in there that made you think that maybe these people are imagining that. So you can't just come in this one and say it's that. Again, also, it's pitting the what this movie is doing is taking the new generation and pushing them away from the ancestral technology. Because Shuri represents the young people now.
Right.
So that was just strange, and I didn't know. I didn't like that. But even if she was mad at the ancestors for taking her brother, because I think she says that later on somewhere or whatever, but you have actual evidence that your brother went to the ancestral realm or whatever you call it, the ancestral universe or whatever. So how could you now not only you disrespect your mother, she was very disrespectful throughout the beginning of the movie.
Absolutely.
So, go ahead.
Yeah.
And another thing I want to do, like, I don't understand how Wakanda is so technological savvy. Did you see they had 6 women carrying T'Challa? Really?
I had a problem with that too. And I had a problem with it from a technical aspect. You mean to tell me y'all couldn't put something with some weight inside that coffin? Like they just picked the shit up.
That's what I saw that too. It looked like there was nothing in there.
Yeah.
Because you know what, they want to go with that the homemade women warrior. My brother, stop it. You mean all that technology? You can't have something that the coffin could walk by itself and 6 people around it?
Right.
Because what they're doing in the story, they're going more with an agenda than to let the story flow by itself. Because that makes no sense right there. When they lifted the box, I said, that shit is empty.
Yeah, it's empty. They didn't even bother to put a little bag of rice or something inside to give it some weight, man. God damn.
And the problem also is that these women are not superhuman. They regular women who know how to fight.
Right.
That was terrible. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. And Chaka says, but the only people that get the powers are the kings or those that become Black Panther. No one else uses the herb. He says, so the only evidence comes from those that use the herb. Again, just a thought, he says. D. Webb from the House Ready Podcast is here. He says, word, I've carried a few coffins in my day with other grown, healthy men, and them joints wasn't light. Yeah, I've been a Paul girl before, too. That shit ain't light. And so it looked bad to me. I thought someone, and I'm glad to be talking to Razuli, because as a filmmaker, you would think you would try to make that look more authentic, right?
And sometimes I feel they do this shit on purpose because they have script supervisors, the props people. Like, you didn't think? I think they're laughing at us from behind. So, look at this, because that looks so light. Like anybody could have lifted that. Like, you didn't even have to have the women lifted. You could have them walking next to it and had the coffin, because your supposedly your country is so technology advanced more than everybody. So that was just weird, bro. But go ahead.
Yeah, I get it. I see Tanzan is out there as well. Shout out to Tanzan and D Webb from KWAZ Radio. Yeah, so just stop me a little sooner so I don't get too deeper into the story, okay? So after the funeral is held, like I said earlier, they do this thing where a jet comes in and teleports the coffin up, and I guess they're carrying him to the sacred cemetery where all the kings are laid to rest. 1 year after that ceremony, Ramonda arrives at the United Nations. You guys who've seen just the previews of the film, have seen this conversation and heard parts of it. She goes to the United Nations, where other countries, primarily France and the US, are upset about Wakanda not sharing its vibranium with the world. They kind of do this nicely in a sense. So as she's speaking, you could tell she's about to lay fire on their asses in there. They show you that the night before, these soldiers who turn out to be French infiltrated a vibranium research rig at sea. Okoye pairs with the Dora Milaje and they beat the soldiers down. In the UN meeting, Ramonda says the king, we hear what you've been whispering. Our king is dead. We have no protector. And now is the time to strike. Okoye brings the defeated soldiers in the UN council room and makes them kneel, embarrassing France. Ramonda warns the council that if something like this were to happen again, it's fuck around and find out. Razuli, what do you think about this sequence right here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't really find it any particular, but what I see is the agenda that they're pushing. Like when the women come around, they're standing up and they have the men kneeling. Like I don't understand. Like I'm trying to understand. Is she the next in charge after the king dies?
Yes.
So she's the next in charge. So the women. There's no men warriors in that squad. It's only women.
Well, I think that if you look at history, that's an African thing too. Because remember, like for example, Shaka Zulu's mom was big in what he was doing too. I think they took that from something like kind of real life. Like if the king dies, the mother will control and then you know until they find the male to take over. Sometimes that could be the nephew or what have you. I know I've read that somewhere before. And Chaka says she's the queen, my guy. So yeah, she's going to be ruling. So I think that's what they were doing with that.
I mean, I guess that scene that they were fighting, yeah, it was cool. I didn't have any issue with it. I
All
mean,
right.
it was,
I will say I think with that scene, I think it was. I'm kind of glad they didn't run away from it. They boldly said, "Hey, you U.S. Government types, you U.S. people in general, we know what you're about, right? Like you just want to control and stuff like that." And later in the film, we hear the U.S. conspiring to kind of destabilize Wakanda. So there's some real world type stuff in there. They didn't pretend it was some other nation, some make believe nation. No, they put it squarely on France, who's a big exploiter of Africa as it is, right? And the U.S. So I kind of like that they did that part. Any thoughts on that?
yeah. I mean, it was the U.S. and France or something, right? The woman and the guy, which is I like that scene because it just shows you that they will find any underhanded way to undermine you while acting like they are very righteous.
Right.
So one hand is talking about they're the law. We obey the law we created, and they send their minions behind closed doors to do their dirty work. So yeah, that part was clear. So
Right. Janelle says she saw the movie. She liked it. Janelle, we're not too far in on the discussion. Marcus Gavi is the way. Says good night. Good night to you too, sis. D Web says that she's a regent. Ramonda is a regent. But technically the sister should be queen. It normally doesn't pass back a generation. Yeah, I think that's that European way of doing it. But I think I could be wrong, but I think in Africa you could have that where the mother takes back or gets back that authority or what have you. I think so. And then again, this is Wakanda. This is a make believe thing. Maybe that's their rules. So I gotta say that too. But let me continue. So after they do that in the UN on the Atlantic Ocean, we see a helicopter arrives with a white woman who's a particularly known white actor. I was kind of surprised of the role that they kind of gave. It makes me feel like there was something bigger there, and they chopped up the movie and gave us what we saw. So the helicopter arrives with this white woman on a research rig, and the research rig is in the Atlantic Ocean and scanning for vibranium under the sea. They have two deep divers in these special suits because they found a pocket of vibranium. It's tore up a drill bit that they were using, so they're pretty assured that it is vibranium. And the detector that they're using is one of a kind. It's the only one that they have, built by a scientist in America. So, as it turns out, it's the Talokans, this group of underwater humans that have become mutants, and we'll learn the story of that later. This is Namor's people, and they're out in the water at the surface of the water using the siren call that you've heard about, like in Greek mythology and stuff, to draw operators on the rig into the ocean to drown. The woman.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is what I'm talking about. How could Shuri talking about, oh, I don't believe in that this and that and the third, but right next after that you got a bunch of people who could sing, take over your mind, and make you drown. Where's the evidence for that if we use science, like the science that she claims she is? She's a science woman. So I just say this, I really like that part because even in Haitian voodoo, they say sometimes when you go la sirène is supposed to be the mermaid.
Yeah, the mermaid, yeah.
If you go too close to the water, a lot of people lose their life in the waters because they got stolen by one of those people, or one of those beings or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I sometimes the movie has so much plot holes that like be like, bro, how could you have the character saying she don't believe in this, and then there's another character actually singing for people to just jump? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but I really like that part of the movie. I really like the Talocan. How do you pronounce it?
Talokans.
Talokans. But did you know that's really, those people are not really Talocan. That shit was all made up. They're really Atlanteans.
They're really what?
Atlanteans.
Oh yeah. They changed it because DC already put out the Aquaman movie, so they
No. It's because Namor is really a DC character, I think, if I'm not wrong.
No, Namor is Marvel, but because the DC universe put out the Aquaman movie, they didn't want to come and talk about Atlantis as well. Even though Namor came out in the comics before Aquaman by 2 months or something like that, they didn't want to have a film talking about Atlantis and all that kind of stuff. So they changed it up and they went cultural. They went with the Mayans and the Yucatan Peninsula and all that kind of stuff. That's why they did that. Yeah, that's why they did that. You want me to continue?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So this white woman who we see, who's like a lead researcher there, her and like a tough guy type, they realize the siren call is drawing people into the water and drown them. They put some earplugs in, and they go topside to try to get to the helicopter and get off of this rig. As they go topside, the tough guy who's with the white woman, he gets a spear ran through him. He gets killed off. She shoots some bullets at these Talokans who jump up on the rig. And one of them is a big comic book villain for Namor, actually. I forget the name now. but he jumps up there with two others. She shoots at them, and they're pretty much like bulletproof. They don't really take too much damage. She runs away. She gets to the helicopter. There's a pilot there ready to go. They take off, but they don't get too far because Namor pulls the helicopter, swings it around, crashes it in the water, presumably killing the two people on board. Are you familiar with that white woman who played that character?
I'm not familiar with her, but I know I've seen her in a lot of big movies where she has bigger roles and stuff like that. So it was kind of strange for her to have that little role, but I've seen her before in other roles and stuff like that.
Yeah, I just remember her name. Her name was Late Bell.
Oh.
She's the voice of Poison Ivy in that Poison Ivy cartoon that's out there. Yeah, she's been around. In fact, there was a rumor that Chris Rock was dating her around the time of the slap. I don't know how true that was, but
Oh yeah. I know what you mean.
yeah. So I was surprised it was just that little. And before the film came out, there was rumors that she was a part of something bigger, and I'll talk about that later on. Let me just continue in the meantime. The next day, Ramonda is traveling back to Wakanda. She's watching herself on the news. They're talking about her UN meeting, her speech, and T'Challa's passing away. When she gets back to Wakanda, she goes to Shuri's lab, where Shuri is hard at work. Her mother, Ramonda, tells Shuri to recreate the heart-shaped herb, but Shuri says Black Panther is old news. Ramonda reminds Shuri that that day was the day when T'Challa passed away and invites Shuri to a memorial later that night. Shuri and Ramonda speak about T'Challa that night, and Ramonda burns her funeral clothes to mark the end of the mourning period. But Shuri doesn't and lets Ramonda know she hates the world. Ramonda begins to tell Shuri something, but
Can
suddenly...
we? So can we? Like, I didn't understand what was when she said she doesn't want to recreate the herb. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This makes no sense. It's either they should have shown that she was angry with the ancestors for letting her brother die than what they just gave us. Because that makes no sense. How could you come from a group of people that believe in that ancestral and in the ancestors into the unseen, and for you now all of a sudden to say, oh, now I don't believe in the herb or whatever. And there's evidence that the herb makes you stronger. So to me, there's like a plot hole. If that's not a plot hole, there's something
Well,
that's not proper.
those two things don't connect though.
Why?
In the sense of this, the herb could very well make you stronger. As a scientist, you might be able to figure out what it does in terms of that. But that connection to the ancestral plane, to what you believe to be dead ancestors, there's nothing there. The only evidence there is that your brother did it, your father did it, your grandfather did it, and you would have to be saying that you believe those men to be liars.
But that's exactly what she's saying, because if the way she was in love with her brother, she never said in the first one that she didn't believe her brother. She never said in any of those, in the first one and all the other times she plays Shuri and any other where the Black Panther was, that she didn't believe in the herb. So as you write a character, if a character has doubt of certain, you have to put small cookie drops to be like, oh, that's what she said that at that time. Shuri was all in. So my thing is that, to me, I think when writers do that, there's an agenda they're trying to do. You went off script. I don't know if the comic book that maybe in the comic book, she didn't believe in it, but the first movie, I never seen Shuri said she didn't believe in shit.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's that I think they kind of added this to her for this film, to be honest with you. I think they kind of just added this to her. They know that we know of her being a scientist and being very smart and all that kind of stuff. And I think they're trying to get us to look at her like how you have to look at a lot of actual scientists in the world. A lot of scientists in the world are atheists. They don't believe in in heaven and all this kind of stuff, which I understand, because they believe in what you can prove, what you can physically prove, not what what I'm saying. And up until this
But
point,
but there is proof of that herb though.
well,
I
not
think
to
what
her, not to her.
what do you mean not to her? Her brother took it
It,
and can't. Nah,
yeah, that's
no,
someone else.
you can't do that in the world where when her brother took it, when her brother got his ass kicked by Killmonger, and they finally found one herb and gave it to the brother. The brother went back and told him what he saw. No, we cannot
Right.
just use anything. You're using a scientist of the real world, quote unquote. I think there's another evil hand at play for that character, for that message. That's what I think. I think they're trying to get you off your ancestral technology and want you to believe in this man-made technology that they have. That's how I feel about it. But
Yeah, I'm not arguing that too, but I do believe, for example, if my brother drinks something and he claims to have experienced something, that doesn't necessarily make me a believer. You know what I mean? I think that's what they're trying to do, but there could definitely be like some agenda there. You know, I just think they're trying to play off of this idea that we know in the real world that a lot of times scientists aren't really fucking with that type of religious stuff.
but don't you see what they're doing to her? They're putting Eurocentric idea into her. Even though you know what, I'm fighting a losing battle. The whole character was written by Europeans, so whatever. What I'm trying to say is that Shuri, if Shuri was mad, maybe the undertone that she was mad at the ancestors. The way they're trying to play that, oh, I don't believe in that no more, this and that and the third, or it's trash. I think I don't know, but all right, I hear what you're saying. Oh, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, Forecast asked a question, but didn't she just not believe in the ancestor realm? That's pretty much what I thought they were trying to say. She didn't believe in the ancestor realm. She thought that was something that was a trick of the brain.
But she only said that in this one. She didn't say that in the first one.
Well, was there room for her to talk about that in the first one?
What do you mean? What's his name? What's his name? Lord? He
Who?
almost died. He got saved. He went to talk to his father, and when he came back, he told him what they told her.
Yeah, Azuli again. In that case where he was at near death, someone who doesn't believe in the ancestor stuff will say, well, he was at near death. His brain was helping him cope with whatever he was dealing with.
Goku, you using this reality that we are in right now. Stay in the movie. In the movie, she never expressed that.
Right, but I don't know if she ever had room to express it. That's all I'm saying.
Room. Her brother was almost dead. Her brother lost to Killmonger, who Killmonger was look at the villain. She could have said, if the ancestors really was rocking with us, why did they let Killmonger come and destroy us? And again, it's not the characters; it's who write the characters.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that.
Well, go
Uh,
ahead. Continue.
let's continue. You guys in the chat, post your thoughts, man. You guys who saw the film, post your thoughts. I'll read them live on air as much as I can. So where was I now? Okay, so all right. So they're at this river during the ceremony. The burning of the garments means that you're over the mourning period of death. So Ramonda burns hers. Shuri asks her, what is she doing? She doesn't burn hers, and she lets Ramonda know that that she hates the world basically. So Ramonda starts to tell her something, but gets interrupted. Who she gets interrupted by? Namor. Namor appears out of the nearby river, and he questions them as to why T'Challa told the world about Wakanda and vibranium. He tells them how he stopped the military from getting vibranium from under his domain in the Atlantic Ocean. He tells him how a scientist has created a device to find vibranium, and that threatens his home. Namor tells them to find the scientist, or he will attack Wakanda. Quietly, he leaves behind the one vibranium detector in existence, right? So, like I said, there was only one of them in existence. And quietly, I guess he had some people there as well. Him and his peoples put the machine up on Wakanda for them to check it out. So the next day,
Hold up. We got to discuss this.
yeah. Go ahead.
How is Wakanda?
Zuli, do me a favor. Talk for
Mhm.
about a minute there. I gotta do something real quick. Talk for a minute. I'll be right back.
So even in that scene that that scene that we talking about, how did Wakanda is supposed to be the most technological society country in the world? How was Namor able to sneak into Wakanda shores without being detected? How was he able to reach the force field or the shield that cloaks Wakanda from being seen? How was he able to do that? Again, I'm just pointing out some I guess some if you want to say some plot holes. Namor sneaks in and gets into the country. How was he able to do that? Where's the security?
The
Where's,
only
where are the guards?
the only thing, and again, I think this is bad writing. The only thing I could have thought in that scene was because he was covered in vibranium, that somehow allowed him to pass through undetected.
Nah, nah, that you can't. I don't think you could do that because vibranium. Are you saying because the vibranium is part of their land, so it was nah? I can't buy that part.
I can't buy it either. I'm just throwing it out there. D Webb from the Hot Rally Podcast says they didn't account from a water intrusion. I disagree because when Ramona was returning home, they did something very interesting. She was returning home via the river boundary, they called it. And they showed these black men kind of beating a drum, but like the drum was in like water or something. Do you remember that, Ozuli?
Yeah, I remember that.
They like beat this. They tapped this little beat, and that opened the gates, so to speak, the force field, for them to enter. I just think it was lazy writing there, to tell you the truth. I think it was lazy.
It's like, how does it was crazy? How does he sneak in past all these technology, all these stuff, all these things? Wakanda is supposed not to be known by anybody. Even if Neymar knew it, why did Neymar have to sneak in? You know what that showed me? That showed me that Wakanda is unguarded. That's what they're trying to tell you subconsciously. Nobody's there to protect it because the Black Panther's gone.
Yeah,
how could you just sneak in like that if that's not what they're saying?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I had a big problem with that scene too. I'm thinking like what Forecast was saying there. I thought it was a little sneak diss to Mexicans too. How these motherfuckers are crafting across borders. I thought it was a little sneak diss. A wetback dude comes up out the water and all this kind of stuff. Talking about y'all plays real nice, boy. I think it was a little sneak diss to that too. But ultimately, I think it was bad writing. I see the thing I would have understood if they had said that the Wakandans after the first movie, they opened up Wakanda, so they took down the force fields and all. If they had said that, I could get it, but that's not what they showed. They still depicted force fields were up, so it's weird to me. I get a feeling Urzuli, I get a feeling you would have a better eye for it than me. I got a feeling that it was a different script, and they just edited this shit down to what we saw. Does that resonate with you at all?
You mean like he wrote a script and they just switched it? They added some stuff because of the. I don't know. I could see what you're saying, but I don't know, man. Sometimes it's just because they don't think most of the audience didn't catch that.
No.
99% of people didn't catch that. They thought that was okay.
Yep.
And people are gonna fight you and be like, so what's wrong with that, bro?
No, I had a big problem with that. Big problem with that.
And then if you see when he entered, it's like you see how he expands his masculinity in their land.
Yeah.
You see how they look scared.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've never seen. Have you ever seen the Black Panther do that in any scene?
No.
Namor just walks in and like, boom, I'm here.
Yeah.
Just like Killmonger.
Yeah.
When Killmonger entered the shit, you cannot say this man is not masculine.
So let's go back to Killmonger for a second. When Killmonger killed Klaus. It's Klaus? Klaus?
Which one? The white guy?
Yeah, the white guy. When he killed the white guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did Killmonger get into Wakanda? Wasn't it because the white guy had a vibranium arm or something like that? He was at least that's how I took it.
No, he got into Wakanda because he was a fugitive from Wakanda. The white guy was wanted in Wakanda, so he brought him because I think he killed T'Challa's father and the bombing. Remember that big bombing that happened in the UN?
Yeah.
That's how Killmonger got into Wakanda.
No, but no one received Killmonger. Killmonger just kind of showed up.
No, but when he came to the gate, well, it's implied. That's the reason he was able to come in.
Okay.
Because you dead or alive or whatever, he delivered the enemy that they was looking for, and that's how he got into Wakanda.
Okay. Shout out to Buana Agaziki who's out there. He says by her, I guess he means Shuri, not believing in the ancestor realm, she is disassociating herself with black kings or the reliance on black men. She believes more in her science, which white men rule and control over. I like that comment. He says Shuri is a future swirler and wants other black young girls to be future swirlers too. LOL. Now you put LOL, but I have a big problem coming up in this film here. I have a huge problem, and I'm going to talk about it with Urzuli in terms of editing and story again, because I think they changed the story after they probably realized people was going to have a big problem with it. We'll talk about it in a second. We'll talk about that in a second. Let me see. What else? D-Web says, plus it's a Marvel movie. You got to suspend a little belief and take it for what it is. It's a damn superhero movie, bro. LOL. Yeah, I get that too. I was going to mention that too.
But can I say something? That's what people think. There's no such fucking thing as just a superhero movie. These people don't just write. There's nothing in that movie that was there but was by coincidence. It's just a superhero movie. No, it's not. You think the way they did? You think the way in the first movie they made Killmonger destroy all the herbs? Why do you think they did that? To villainize him, to make you think I don't want to be like this guy.
Yeah.
This guy is somebody put it in the thing, something KWAZ. What was the saying? Something I forgot the guy who put it, but
it's right there on the screen.
I think that at the point of the whole movie, T'Challa, the Black Panther, I think that was the point of the whole movie with the kid. No, yeah, but they want Killmonger to be the bringer of chaos. Like, yes, he has a point, but don't be like him. That's not how you do it.
Right. Don't come and destroy Africa, which is what Tanzan basically said when we brought this up a couple weeks back. Right?
Yeah. But Killmonger was not destroying Africa. Killmonger was destroying the mentality that the old people had and refused to look at themselves to see how morally wrong that they were.
I agree.
So they villainized Killmonger. That's why in the first one they make him kill his. I think he killed his girlfriend. He killed his girlfriend. I think he killed the older lady, or he slapped the older lady. They add all these things for people to be like, even though Killmonger has a point, but I don't think I want to be him.
Yeah, he's
So
an asshole. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, he's an asshole. He's crazy. Or why would you want to? Why would Killmonger didn't? A lot of people, when you talk about them, they're like, oh, he wouldn't have done it the right way. He was going to give everybody Vamira and they was going to destroy the world. So for people to say, oh, it's just a superhero movie. No, it's not. Movies indoctrinate your kids, young adults. Like we were talking the other day. I don't know if I think Gasimov had the show about love and women being hypergamous. Yo, all this shit is programmed through. And I was telling him, I don't believe women are naturally hypergamous. I think they've been programmed for centuries and centuries on. So all the thing we talk about love, the love that we think that is really love, no, that was planned, marketed, and sold to you by capitalist people who want to make money, Hollywood, and all of that. So people look at certain movies like, let's say, Romeo and Juliet. Oh, that's just entertainment. No. People do actually kill themselves because they can't be with a woman or with a man. So go ahead, bro. I digress. Sorry.
No, that's fine. It's fine. That's why we're here. It's a lot of different comments going on. Forecast says Killmonger still had a key too. I don't know if he's talking about the thing in his mouth or whatever. The Hot Shade Podcast says this movie was honestly full of plot holes. If you dive in depth, notice Namor was born with powers because of his mom. Shouldn't the same apply for any descendants of the past Black Panthers or Kings? So I explained that away because sometimes, like someone said, you have to suspend belief. I explained that away in terms of Ramona didn't drink the heart shape herb. His father did, and I guess the way the thing works is it's through the women. It's matrilineal. So that's how I explained that part of it. He goes on to say, you think...
But if it's matrilineal, say the word again. I can't pronounce that fucking word.
Matrilineal.
Matrilineal. So that society was matrilineal too, if you want to look at it. So I understand what the harsh reality is talking about. So
no, what society was matrilineal? No. The women, and this is another problem I have with the film, but I get why they did it. Why is Ramonda showing up in the ancestral plane? She doesn't have that connection, right? So what I'm saying is, with these Mexicans and them, the mother drank it and passed it on to the son. So, but the difference with Wakanda is that the mothers never drink the heart shape herb. It's only the father. So it must be something about it being passed to a pregnant mother. Is why they get the power. Is why he got the powers in particular.
But and the real comic character, or they don't tell you, the submariner and whatever his real name is, his mother was an Atlantean, and his father was a regular human.
Yeah.
So and this one, they just tell you they was both human, and they drank they took the herb or whatever, and he became that. But the original story is that the mother was a mutant and the father was a human, and that's how he became half man and half Atlantean. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a subconscious that they're trying to tell you there too. Maybe the mother passes on the superpower or whatever. I don't know.
So Webb is talking about, this idea of, not watching Disney. Yeah, I get it too. I get all of it. But the thing is, and this is why I like doing these types of things. The thing is, uh, this isn't so much for the quote unquote conscious people. This is for the unconscious people. Like, I wouldn't consider my kids, for example, fully conscious. They're young, but I've taught them how to watch stuff, right? And like the conversation I'm having with Azuli now is the conversation I had with them. You know, did you pick up on this? Did you pick up on that? And I think the unconscious, like Azuli said earlier, there's that scene where Namor just shows up in Wakanda. How? Right? Most people ain't really checking on how. Most people ain't putting too much thought in it. They just were like, well, there's water. He came through the water. You know, but we gotta dissect these things. We gotta start teaching I believe, anyway, in my humble opinion, we gotta start getting these young folks to not just look at this stuff for the pure entertainment, but actually question what's going on. And also, we want to do it so that, you know, when we inspire the filmmakers who are going to make the films that we need, they won't make these kinds of mistakes. So this is why I like talking about it. So I see you guys are kind of jumping ahead in the timeline. I'm not going to read those comments because I want to keep it, you know, close to where we are. But I see Buana says Killmonger only knew how to destroy. He just wanted to see the world burn. The Joker from Batman could do that. The forecast says I don't agree with T'Challa and Shuri working with the CIA.
Can we address that retarded statement that this guy from the Bahamas made? I don't know if bro, that is so disrespectful. And again, like the Harsh Reality podcast said, those are just characters created by Stanley. For you to say Killmonger and the Joker are the same, that's not true. That is super disrespect to Killmonger as a character itself. That's not. He didn't want the world to burn. That's not what he said. Where did Killmonger say that? You see what they did? You see what they did, Goku, with the character? You see, they have people thinking like that. And this person is a grown man. That's not a child.
Yeah, I agree with you, Zuli. That's what they did in that film. They actually villainized two sides for two groups of people, essentially. They villainized the Western African who has some consciousness, and then they villainized the African too. Because what they did in that first film is basically say that Wakanda was just chilling and then Central Africa, by the way, they was just chilling while folks was being stolen and enslaved. Right? So they get one group of people upset at that shit, upset at the Africans for that shit. Right? And then they get the Africans upset at the Western African from America in this case, but could have been from the Caribbean or whatever. They get them upset with that person for coming and being disrespectful to customs and traditions in Africa. It's a really well played game that they did there. But I agree. I disagree with M'Chaka, who said Killmonger was doing too much. But I understand why M'Chaka says that. You understand what I'm saying? I understand why.
And M'Chaka, those are the men those are the house Negroes that would have been like, but Master just gave me some cake. Get out of here. How he was doing too much. How he was doing too much. I'm rocking with Killmonger all the way.
So D-Web says, but all the Mexicans inherited the ability to breathe underwater and pass it to their offspring. Yeah, they got those abilities. But if you remember, and we ain't reached there yet, Namor says, I'm a mutant. Right? He's acknowledging that he's different. The difference with him is he had pointy ears and wings growing out of his feet. All of his other people didn't get that. Right?
Because what happened is that those people are supposed to be the Atlanteans, but like you said, they can't use that in this one. Those blue people are supposed to be superhuman and have power. Because when you watch Aquaman, most of the people in there, the Aquaman, when you go into the water, they all have superpowers and could fight. So I don't know that there was something wrong with that too. So I agree with I didn't get that. Most of the people took the blue plan. So how come he was the only one that was mother was pregnant? So there was no other pregnant. So there's a lot of plot holes in that. But go ahead.
You'll see there's some commentary directed at you in the chat. Yana B is here. Shout out to Yana B. She said, "Yeah, I caught a live on Wednesday. I appreciate you coming through." And Jaka says, "Zuli, learn to enunciate first before you try to roast my guy." Forecast says, "Wakanda used their power irresponsibly from Killmonger's point of view, and like they thought he didn't deserve it because he did too much. He thought they didn't deserve it because they did nothing." Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They crafted that really, really well to cause, I believe, to kind of regurgitate that old talking point. Why didn't the Africans come and save us, right? And then to further that divide where look at these Americans, look at these Akadas or whatever, which was a buzzword.
But I don't. But if you are a country with all this superpower, all this vibranium, all this super technology, how could you really just sit there? So I don't know when Wakanda was founded. King Leopold killed 10 million people on their watch. The German exterminated the Nama and the Herero people of Namibia on their watch.
Yes.
So what are we saying? What are we saying that the Wakandians, whatever, they didn't do nothing?
Wakandans. Yeah, no one has ever justified, no one has ever even attempted to talk about it. Why would it be that you guys hiding behind a force field and all this old shit, cloaked, but you know that folks was getting stolen from the continent, and folks right around by you too was getting stolen and why? Like no one has ever explained to me why that was okay, and why shouldn't this kid Eric Killmonger feel a ways about that, especially when T'Chaka comes and kills his father, right? Like no one ever discusses that, and I find that very interesting. That is something vexing. I understand Killmonger. I understand him from the stance of you guys just sat there with all this technology, living up and chilling. I have a big problem with that.
And Killmonger's father was a different breed. Killmonger's father was just like Killmonger.
Yeah, he was like a Black Panther type in a sense.
He's the real. Real.
He was trying to arm people to put up a resistance and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So when you see that, you have to look at whoever wrote that comic book. They're having a cognitive dissonance. They know if it was them with all that superpower, the right thing to do is to go free the people. But to free the people against who? Against my ancestors? Stan Lee's a white man. How could he write a group of people that have technology and come after him, after his people who created this whole oppressive structure? So that just shows you that's two parts of his brain. One is Killmonger is the right guy, but damn, I'm attacking myself if I let Killmonger win. Right. But let me just create a great society who got all technology. That's basic. Wakanda is basically a neutered masculine man. All that muscle, all that for nothing. What are you? Anybody who said Eric Killmonger was wrong, I'm looking at you sideways.
Yeah, I agree with that too. You mean to tell me the British had to come and abolish slavery and all? I mean, come on, man. Yeah, and y'all sitting back there chilling.
You sitting back there during the Arab slavery?
Yeah,
Egypt is not even black no more. And you stood there and saw that?
yeah,
The
yeah,
Nubians got destroyed. No, 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 we're not doing that. No, 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 no. And we're not doing that.
yeah,
Nah, but go ahead, man.
yeah.
You were to the part. You were to the part where Neymar was on the shore and he brought
Yeah,
the machine.
yeah. So he kind of issued that threat. He asked them, "What the fuck were y'all thinking?" Letting people know about about vibranium and Wakanda and whatnot. So after he leaves, the next day at a council meeting in Baku, and let me just say this too: they did some bullshit with Mbaku in this film, big time. But the next day in a council meeting in Baku
Yep.
comes and, hold on a second, comes and says that they should kill Namor. Ramonda allows Okoye and Shuri to go undercover and find the scientist who's a student at MIT named Riri Williams. Go ahead, Azul.
I was gonna say go further into what you just said about M'Baku.
Well, I kind of don't want to give it away early, but the
Okay,
reality
go
of
ahead.
it, huh?
Go ahead. If you're gonna bring it, I mean, we
No,
could always go back and forth.
I'll just set it up and say this: they give M'Baku very little screen time, and throughout the course of the film, they kind of made him the whooping cushion inside of it, and they never did the thing that I was expecting. So maybe it's my fault. I've said this before, but in the past, but
They turned him into a buffoon. He
yeah,
was
they
a
did. He was comic relief.
he was comic relief.
Yeah.
A strong man like that,
Yeah.
I thought he would have had more saying. Again, there's always in the gym. He was a buffoon cracking jokes or stuff like that. Why would you send? And I don't know. Maybe I don't understand the world of the black. So he's part from another tribe.
Yeah, he's from the Jabari tribe. So there's several tribes in Wakanda. He's from one called the Jabari tribe.
So he's from there. So I mean, they made a buffoon out of him. Like his character didn't have. He was just big, a neutered man. That's what I was. But
Yeah.
go ahead, continue.
So Shuri and Okoye go to meet Everett Ross in America, who gives them the name and location of the young scientist, despite possibly giving away private information.
No, 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 no. We can't go. We can't go skip. I wrote that down. I wrote something down. We can't skip that. When Shuri said, "When can we go see my favorite colonizer?"
Yeah, talk about it.
This cannot be skipped. This cannot. I don't care if this is supposed to be funny, comic relief, or whatever. When you say my favorite colonizer, there's something. It's jarring to me. It's jarring to me. Like for Shuri, the man, the CIA agent that was against at the beginning, wasn't he at the beginning of the Black Panther one? He was on some funny style, and then he saved her.
Mm-hmm.
How is that your favorite colonizer? And why are you using that language? Why didn't she just say, "I'm going to go see my favorite CIA agent"?
Well, you see, that's a problem I have with the first film too. You cannot make the CIA the star in Africa. You just cannot do that, Ryan Coogler. You can't allow the CIA, who's been responsible for coups and overthrows and killings of
Destabilization of all the countries in Africa.
assassinations of leaders like their part in like Patrice Lumumba's death and all that. Like you cannot make them any kind of hero in the film. I had a big problem with that. But yeah, she did say, you're right, she was on top of the machine inspecting the machine that could detect vibranium. She said with a big smile, when can we go for us to see my favorite colonizer? I thought it was weird too.
Like what? Like I think they was trying to make light of it. My favorite colonizer, and this is the thing I see with our people. The same way we use the N word, which I use, the same way we'd be bitch like colonizer. That's a super villain, and it touches home. Colonizers rape, brutalize, destroy. And how could she say that? And this is the problem. She's using that language, and her people sat there and let the colonizers destroy Africa.
Yeah.
Like when you write this, you don't think. But again, Ryan Coogler has to answer to somebody.
Right. Right.
But then again, they're laughing at you, bro.
Yeah.
How could you say, "Oh, I'm gonna go see my favorite colonizers," while you and your people sat back with all that technology and let King Leopold kill 10 million people, if more? That's what they say. How could you let this happen while the Caribbean people were going with it, the South American people were going with it, but now your language is, "Oh, my favorite colonizer." What? But people won't see that. Majority of people in the fucking sorry to curse, in the freaking movie theater will be laughing. That was funny. My favorite colonizer.
But that's the thing, Buana. That's the thing. And this is why I like the idea of the film review. Because we get to talk about what this black man, who seems like an okay dude, I don't know him, of course, but he seems okay. He seems like he has a little consciousness to him. Because I would like to think he's the one who made the Eric Killmonger character the way it was. But this answering to your boss's thing, I want the up-and-coming kids who are watching this stuff, I want them to realize that. I was telling my kids a couple months ago, I was telling them about there was a Miles Davis film with Don Cheadle. And in that film, there's this white boy who's buddy and all up in the mix. And you come to find out, Miles Davis didn't have no white boy around him like that. They completely made up a character and inserted him into this bioepic or this biopic.
It's the same thing they did. It's the same thing they did in Harriet Tubman.
Right.
The black supervillain was never that. There was never a black man trying to kill Harriet Tubman.
Yeah. Plus, there's a white savior in that too. But yeah, they made up a villain in that film. And so I want folks to recognize these bits of propaganda. I want them to recognize how they get you. Harsh Reality Podcast asks a question. Did they ever say when Wakanda was founded? Yeah, Wakanda was founded 10,000 years ago. When I forget what the ancestors' name. I forget the ancestor to T'Challa and them. Damn it, something with a B. But he found the meteorite and the heart-shaped herb, so they know it was 10,000 years ago. You know, so they was around even before all of that bullshit was going on in Africa. It's crazy to think. You know, it's crazy to think. And they sat back and let that happen. And no one, like I say, everyone shits on Killmonger, but no one ever addresses, these folks really did sit back, according to the story, sat back and did nothing. You know?
That was very troubling, and this is the way they hide everything under comedy. That was supposed to be a comedy. Where are we going to see our colonizer? You, as an actress, didn't find this funny? Like, you didn't find this weird?
I've questioned that about actors for a long time now. I get you have to answer to a boss, but you mean to tell me y'all didn't push back against that? You know, and there's a bunch of things in films that, like, the actor or the actress didn't push back against that shit. It's kind of weird, but let me continue.
But the thing is, you won't push back on it if you see it's a black man that wrote it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If it was like a white director, they'd probably be like, "What? How you get to say that?" I don't think we should say that. But if it's a black a director or writer who says, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
There's something definitely. People think, oh, that was funny. I bet you most people don't see the dysfunction of this line. My favorite colonizer. While you stood back and let millions upon millions upon millions of African people, black people, indigenous people die and were enslaved.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Shuri and Okoye go to meet Everett Ross, their favorite colonizer, who gives them the name and location of the young scientist, despite possibly giving away private information. Now, this comes back later to bite them in the ass, right? Because they see that as treasonous. So Okoye and Shuri then go to Cambridge, Massachusetts to find Riri Williams. They follow her to her garage where she reveals that she is working on an Iron Man type armor. However, they are followed by the FBI. The three get away, Okoye in a car.
Hold on. Don't go. I have to talk about this. There's a part where Shuri's talking to that lady, that girl, and there's a lot of gaslighting of this black magic girl black magic power in this scene.
Go ahead, talk about it.
Oh, you brilliant. You only 12? But whatever. But what I didn't like is when Shuri said, so brilliant at your age, not always accepted by the elders. Do you see what they're doing? And people might be, oh, no, that's just a story. They say, she's not saying that though. The white men were saying she's not good enough. She said the elders always go against the smart kids. Am I reaching with this? Because the smart girl didn't say it was black men or black people that were saying she couldn't do it. It was her professors or whoever was saying that. So when Shuri said a brilliant at your age, not always accepted, that's that divide and conquer.
Okay.
So I some of those sayings, man, people think it's just by accident. Nah, man. All of that is everything in there is meant on purpose to do something. But go ahead.
Buana Gaziki asks, how old is Shuri? Shuri is about 18 or 19 in the film. She's supposed to be the same age as like Spider-Man, about the same age as the Riri Williams character. So about 19, I would say. She was like 15, 16 in the previous film. So she actually might be 21 or so now because it's been 6 years since that. So she might be like 21, right? 2021. House Ready Podcast says they always portrayed them as isolationists, though. Their mission to protect vibranium from the evils of the world, so they didn't want anyone to know about it. Devils advocate judgment. Truth 884 is here. Truth 884 says that is how Riri was written in Ironheart, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was purely for the movie, but it still sounds like BS. He says he meant that line, right? Okay, so to continue. So Zuli, just stop me a little bit quicker before I go too far with it, right? So
He was at where they got caught up. They got caught up by the
FBI came through. The three of them begin to get away. Okoye in a car, Shuri in a motorcycle, and Williams in her armor. Suddenly, they are met by the Talokans, Atuma. That's the big one who had like the shark head type thing. Atuma and Namora, whose name was cousin.
So Atuma doesn't have superpowers?
He's just very strong.
This is why this shit is confusing. They shot at him, he didn't die. So I don't understand.
Well, none of them died.
So they do have some sort of superpower then.
Yeah, they all have. I guess because after the first people, they're all born with these powers now. So they're all super strength. You remember they said the more is like as strong as the Hulk. So these other people might not be as strong as Namor, but they're pretty strong. You know, they're close. So Atuma is the big one. He ate some bullets earlier, but if you people what I'm about to talk about next on the bridge, most of them should have been dead, but you can't kill them like other people. But anyway, so this brief skirmish happens on the bridge where
How you
Okoye.
feel about how you feel about the fighting scene on the bridge, bro?
So there's a fight scene on the bridge with Okoye and a couple of the Talokans, and Okoye really gets her ass handed to her. Actually,
Does she?
Yeah, she puts up a good fight to begin with.
But this is my thing. Okoye is just human, right?
Yeah, she's just a human.
She doesn't. She didn't drink. She didn't drink the herb, right?
Right.
How are you able to beat superhuman?
She didn't beat him, but
no, she beat the first four. The four before the big guy started fighting with her.
Oh yeah,
she beat them.
She did stab a few of them up. Yeah, you're right.
And this is the thing I don't understand. Like, are you trying to tell the story, or are you trying to put your agenda ahead of the story, which is to emasculate black women?
But let me ask you a question. As a writer and filmmaker, let me ask you a question. How else would you do that bridge scene?
That bridge should have been with the Black Panther should have been there with Shuri. Or you have to say that those women drink the herb. Or these women have some kind of. If you're just telling me these women are just super fighters, super skilled fighters, which yes, I'll drink that. But you telling me the Talokans are not just regular people; they have some sort of super mutated power. How is a woman who's just a woman, just a human, acute fighting skills could beat like what's his name? Bruce Lee said something. If a 4-year-old is a black belt in karate, he's not beating me.
Right.
Because you know why he's not beating? Because he doesn't have the strength to hurt me.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. This is like I'm Okoye, great fighter, great with the spear. But these people are supposed to be from the water who got strength. How are you able to whoop 5 of them on your own? And I wrote this, you're the queen. Why are you sending your princess with one woman, one soldier? Why didn't you send her with 3 or 4 soldiers?
And why no men?
Because you know what? There's an agenda. What I'm saying is, at least if you want to go with that, send Okoye with 4 other soldiers. Why is she the only one there by herself? Even the Black Panther and the first one was never by himself. He always had the women around him. You see what they're trying to say?
Yeah.
Because there was a scene in the first Black Panther where he was roaming through the street. He had the girls with him. How do you send your daughter, your only daughter, which you just said that your son just passed away, your husband passed away, but you send her with only one person, knowing Namor is no joke out there?
What about what D-Web says here? Plus, she didn't have earplugs, right? Why didn't they just do the whistle sing thing like they did at the beginning with the ship?
Fact. See, yo, great catch, Harsh. That's true. They could have just sung and made her jump in the water and just choke the girl without even fighting.
Yeah.
I didn't even catch that. That's crazy. Good catch, bro.
Yeah, that's a good catch. That's a real good catch. Truth 884 says Namor isn't Hulk strong, hence why World War Hulk. Well, in the comics, Namor isn't Hulk strong, but in this film, they propose that he is probably as strong as the Hulk. I think it was M'Baku who says it, right? So they imply that he's as strong as the Hulk in this film. But he has a glaring weakness. Can I continue? All right. So they have that fight on the fight on the bridge. Okoye puts up a good fight, but she's defeated, and they introduced this concept that they have these water grenades that knocks her off the bridge, stuns her. She's out in the water. In the meantime, Shuri steps up to try to protect Riri, who's unconscious on the ground. And Shuri says, "I am Princess Shuri of Wakanda. Take me instead," or something like that, or take me also. So they knock her out, and they take them both back to Talokan. You want to add anything here?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So before we go to Talokan, Everett Ross arrives at the crime scene on this bridge the next day, and he runs into Valentina Allegra De Fontaine, who's played by Louis Dry. What's her name again? Elaine from Seinfeld. I can't remember.
Yeah, Elaine.
Right, Elaine from Seinfeld. Who's shown up in a couple of other things. So we know she's supposed to be like the dark version of Nick Fury in the future going forward. But we learned.
Can we talk about how disrespectful she is to the men on the scene?
Can we talk about what? How disrespectful
she is to the men. She gets there, she's already doing sex jokes. She's sexually harassing my boy. And then when she gets to the guy, the guy said, "I'm special." This something. She said, "Okay, and
yeah.
Like there's no men in that story that has like a redeeming masculine quality, and that. So go ahead, you can go.
So Ross and the Elaine character actually they used to be married. So we learned that. While at the scene, he finds the beads, the Komoyo beads that the Wakandans wear around their wrist that allows them to communicate, that allows them to scan people and all that kind of stuff. He finds a pair of them, but he doesn't let the Elaine, the Valentina character know he finds them. He just hides them in his pocket. In Wakanda, Queen Ramonda is pissed off with Okoye and reprimands her for losing Shuri. Not just for that, but for some other things. Hold on one second. Let me finish the thought. But for some other things that had happened before when Okoye seemingly sided with Killmonger when he usurped the throne. And so Okoye gets fired from her position as general of the Dora Milaje. Go ahead.
Yo, can we clap for that scene for Angela Bassett? I think this is why I think some of these writers cannot write for how strong Angela Bassett is as an actress. Like I heard people were saying that she's Oscar worthy. I don't think she is because she didn't have that much. But that scene right there was very gut wrenching. Was very I almost shed a tear the way she spoke. She commended the room. She really spoke like a queen. Like that scene was very. I think if there was more stuff written like that for her to explore the boundaries of that queen character, it would have been beautiful. I think that's one of the best scenes from the Wakandan that I like. What did you think about that scene?
For those of you who are wondering, you could hear the audio for that in the trailers where Queen Ramonda says, "Have I not lost enough already? My whole family is gone." Like, it's a very powerful scene. I want to say Ryan Coogler didn't know what to do with her, and I think he fucked up. And we'll talk about that later on. I think he fucked up with the Angela Bassett character, and I read somewhere where she told him like, "Yo, don't do this what you're about to do. You know, people are not gonna like you for it." But he still did it anyway. Yeah, it was a powerful scene. Her voice is real strong in that scene.
That's
Uh,
why I think Angela Bassett is one of our legends, even though she kind of sold out lately. But
she
with
did.
that character, I felt it, bro. I felt the pain. I felt the like having I lost enough, and the way she just took her power away. Like,
Yeah,
no, that was big. Actually, you should blame yourself because you sent her with one person. But neither here nor there. That
right.
scene was very. I felt it, boy. I felt it.
Pause. So,
Pause. For sure.
so then the next scene is that Shuri and Riri Williams wake up in Talokan. Namor shows Shuri the civilization, trying to convince her of his ideals, even giving her his mother's bracelet. Now I gotta stop here myself. Number one, Talokan looked like a piece of shit to me, to be quite frank. And in fact, I'll say this too: Wakanda didn't look as good in this film as it did in the first film. But Talokan is underwater, so it's just pretty much darkness. And then he gets to a point where he shows her this light, and he says, "Yeah, I brought the sun to the Talokans." And I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" Apparently, I
Yo,
guess he took vibranium and took it up in the sky and harvested the light or something, and then took it back down the ocean. But what? Like it
yo,
was
bro.
just raggedy, yeah.
Yo, we agree on that 100%. Like when you go watch Aquaman, their underworld is
Yeah, man.
superb.
Superb. Superb.
I didn't freaking understand. I wrote that too. I said, what kind of bullshit underworld is that? Yo, the quality, like all that technology that they both have, they don't exude that and the world. That was terrible. Like I could not even understand how do the people eat? How do they shit? How do they like and then one of the things that killed me is why are they wearing the same mask that they wear outside and they wear it under the water?
It's strange. They didn't do a good job world building.
No,
They didn't
world
do a
building
good
was
job world
terrible.
building. Yeah.
Terrible.
But the part that really pisses me off, so I talked about how Namor gives Shuri his mother's bracelet and all that stuff. They were pushing and I'm sure on a cutting room floor somewhere, and I think I heard that it was the case, where there was like a sex scene between Namor and Shuri because they had him heavy on this Rico Suave type bullshit on the water there. Like he's trying to romance Shuri, and she's there sitting down, all understanding of his pain and all this old bullshit. And I'm like, I am glad they didn't do that. You know that movie, The Woman King? If you remember on Shoot the Breeze, we talked about there's a scene in there in the trailer, real quick. If you blink, you'll miss it, where this black woman, or the daughter, I should say, she's kissing what seemed to be a white boy, but I think it was actually like a mulatto. I think it was the mulatto in the film. And as you remember, everyone had a big problem with that. But in the actual film, when I went to see it, they did not put that scene in there at all. In fact, all they did was really kind of hint at some attraction between her and the mulatto. In this film, they hinted at it, and the way I look at the film, I feel like they cut something out, and I think it was a romance between the two of them. What do you think?
I don't think so because Shuri does not have 1 ounce of femininity. She looks like a man. She looks like a boy. She wears tracksuit. Even she doesn't look tomboyish, unlike the other girl that they went at MIT and got. She's tomboyish, but she's still girly.
Right.
I didn't see anything that was gonna like they led that they were gonna kiss or whatever. So I didn't get that.
I'm pretty sure I read recently that they had cut that storyline or something like that.
How? Shuri looked like a boy.
Yeah,
Don't you see what they do? She got tattoos. She got a high top. She shaved the side of her head. She's wearing tracksuit. They're
yeah.
making her manly.
I was going to mention that along with something else at the end. Letitia Wright, I'm happy her sister got to shine, but Letitia Wright can't carry a movie like that. It's too big for her. And also, if you're going to have a woman be the Black Panther, I know people are going to say I'm being effed up, but if you're going to have a woman as the Black Panther, period, if you're going to have a woman be the lead in an action film, she has to look good. She has to be sexy. That's just what it is. You could argue that all you want, but she has to look good. She has to be sexy, and Letitia just doesn't have it. She's good in the little period pieces that she's done before. She's good in those, smaller films. I thought this film was a little too big for her. D-Ware posted an article. Yeah. You see the article? Black Panther 2 deleted Shuri Namor romance scenes. Yeah, you could tell they were trying to push that.
I didn't see that. That because it you know why they probably deleted it? Because it wasn't gonna work. Shuri has not 1 ounce of femininity in her. Not one. Where in the movie did you see Shuri was like, oh, I want to get a boyfriend?
Oh no. Nowhere.
She looks like a boy.
Yeah. She looks
so
like
I don't think Neymar, I didn't see it. I didn't feel Neymar had a, even when the Neymar gave her the thing, I don't think Neymar even hinted from what they show. I think those articles sometimes are meant to incite emotional triggers to get people to be, oh, I'm gonna go see the movie. So which part I didn't see Neymar flirt. No, I didn't see that.
No, there was. Go back and watch it again. There was some flirtations, and the idea.
I just watched it today again, bro.
Hold on, my boy. Hold on. The scene where he puts his mother's bracelet. That's like a romantic scene. Where he puts his mother's bracelet on her arm. That's a romantic scene. And she even says, "Am I queen of Talokan now?" Like, that's a romantic scene, but you could tell there was more to it. They just cut it. They edited it out. Matron is here. Matron says Shuri is the perfect woman for a non-black man. Peter Pan body and all. Yeah, as a matter of fact, if you go to the UK, you'll notice that those white boys like black women like that. Just frail and no kind of definition and stuff. They like that shit actually out there.
To be honest, I didn't see it. Like, maybe if she had put that bracelet and on what's her name's wrist, the one who rescued Shuri, maybe then I felt it. I didn't see that. I didn't feel it. Maybe because I was too busy looking at Shuri being a boy. So I didn't see it. So maybe even when, see, this is the thing. Like, when I saw that, I didn't see no romantic. I just saw a man that gave a gift to his mom and wanted to build an alliance with the princess. If the princess was more feminine, then I could see it. That princess didn't have 1 ounce of feminine in her.
Yeah, that's probably the roadblock that you're bouncing up against. She doesn't look the part, and so you didn't think what was going on was romantic. But I saw it. I was in the movie and I was pissed off. I'm like, they're not gonna do this shit out of it,
But what if they did? What if they did? What would be the problem?
That they make her sleep with. That they make the black woman who's supposed to be this powerful woman. As a protector, as a supposed or the would-be protector of this African nation, and she's laying up under a Mexican. Yeah, that's not a good look.
How is that not? First of all, he's not just a Mex. He's not just a man. He's a god. Are you saying? Are you? First of all, are you looking at Neymar as the villain?
it sounds like you want to lay up with Namor. No, what I'm saying is, first of all, we don't need more of those messages of our women stepping out. She has a whole goddamn African nation, all them Baku and all them big men hanging out around there. Go find you one of them fellas, right? We don't need that type of look. It's not a good look. It's just not.
Why is it not a good look for her to fall for a man? Namor is about fighting the oppression in the world. Why is that not a good look?
He's about fighting because, and you're kind of making me jump the gun here, because Namor don't really care about the world. He cares about himself and his people. So it would have been usury anyway. And I'll prove it at the end of the film. I'll prove it at the end.
All right, guys, keep going.
Forecast says she masculine with black men, but feminine with others. LOL. Yeah, the Harsh Reality Podcast said it earlier. They didn't do a good job of bulking her up in real life, or doing something in post with the suit to make her look a little bit more defined and all that stuff. She just didn't do it for me at all. But they did try that little scene, and what they probably found when they showed it to test audiences like yourself, the people, the women were probably saying, I don't see that. I don't see him being with this this unsexy black woman, and that's why they probably cut it out, because they do those types of things with films. Anyway, let me continue.
Hold up. Did you see Avatar?
The Way of the Water? Yeah.
The first one?
Yes.
Okay, did you see the first one? How you even though the girl was a warrior, was more of a warrior than Shuri, right? But I automatically saw that they were going to have a relation, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Shuri was not. Would you say Shuri was a better warrior than that girl in Avatar?
No, that's also a problem I was going to talk about at the end too.
No, so I'm just saying that I'm just showing that how they developed that scene. You be like, do you know what? They're gonna get together. But what I seen, I didn't see them getting together. But that's just me. So, but go ahead, continue.
Yeah, and I think that's a part of the editing problem. I think the way they stitch things together, you can't really see it. If I had to guess, they probably had more setup to it, but audiences looked at her, looked at him, looked back at her, and was like, "Nah, B, I don't see that happening." But anyway, let me continue. So they take Shuri and Riri to Talokan. Namor shows Shuri the civilization, trying to convince her of his ideals, even giving her his mother's bracelet. However, she disagrees in killing Riri Williams. Meanwhile, Ramonda goes to Haiti. Shout out to Zulia and them. Goes to Haiti to see Nakia, who had left Wakanda 6 years prior.
Can I stop you? Like, the part when Namor says we should team up and fight the people, right? I want to also to mention one of the scenes that I like in the water was the birth of Namor under the water with the squatting. I think that was nice. That was a small pockets of stuff that I like through the movie. And I think Ryan Coogler is good for that. But Namor says to team up to fight, but Shuri said no. Namor wants to defend the world. Shuri says that's madness.
Namor wants to do what?
Namor wanted to team up with Wakanda to fight the people who was trying to come get the vibranium to fight the people.
He basically wanted to destroy the upper world. It's the land people. Yeah, go ahead.
But the land people, because he felt the land people, what they did to his ancestors prior.
Right.
Who do you think he's talking to about the land people? Is he talking about black people?
No, he's talking about whites. Continue talking. I'll be right back.
So Namor says team up with Shuri to fight against the upcoming pillage that the superpowers wants to do to his world and also to Wakanda. But Shuri says, no, that's madness. So at that type of talking right now is also what they did to Killmonger. So she's saying that's madness to team up to protect the world against the colonizers. But then again, how can she fight against them if she said previously, I'm gonna go meet up with my favorite colonizer? I find it that people for Wakanda, they're all the same. Shuri's the same as her brother, as her brother was as her father. They're not, they don't have a moral compass to be the defender of their people or of oppressed people against oppression. So that scene that the way she look, oh, that's madness. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, Namor has a very, I have to protect my people, my children, my cousin, my people, my wife, because I'm the protector. I'm the protector of Talocan. And I'm going to do what I have to do to protect my people against these colonizers. But what they did is they twisted his word via Shuri, who said, oh, he wanted to destroy the world. Which is not what Namor said. So I found that really troubling that the Wakandans are the same that they were in the first one. Cowards and selfish.
Why would you expect different though?
Why would I expect different? Because her brother at the end of the first one was different.
No, but he did some cowardly shit at the end too. He opened up Wakanda to the world, right? And to me, listen, if you so a lot of people was cool with him opening up that little center in Compton or whatever, but he opened up the world. This is why Ramonda had this problem with the UN, talking about how come you ain't sharing no vibranium and resources and knowledge and all this kind of stuff. That's the problem I have with the Wakandans all the way through. They take a weak approach, a weak stance in everything that they do. And we're going to talk about that more later on. Bwana Hagaziki touches on something I was going to talk about at the end. The problem I have with the Shuri character is she was a scientist from what we saw, and she wasn't a good fighter. Now, all of a sudden, she takes a heart-shaped herb and she could fight?
But that's not it. Stop saying that, Bwana. I can't pronounce this dude's name. Let me see. Hold up. Bwana Hagaziki. And the Black Panther one, she was fighting. She was fighting too. She's not just a scientist.
But she's not a warrior though. She's not like Doro Milaje or something like that.
Yes, I understand that, but she's a fighter. So for him to say that she's just a Wakandan scientist, no, she fights. But I just find it perplexed that the Wakandans are who we thought they were, cowards.
I like what Forecast says. Check what Forecast says. He says, honestly, it would have been some BS if they aligned with him after they killed Killmonger already.
It would have been some BS if they aligned with him the way the storyline of this movie is structured. But if the superpowers came full force to trying to take the the vibranium from underwater, it would have gave you the perfect reason for them to align. So, as the story is told right now, if she would have like automatically changed and went with them, it would have been like, but then you can't have the story like that because the superpowers did not attack.
What say you to what Buana says here? He says, Azuli, no one is going to go to the movies to see black Africans and Mexicans go to America, UK, and Europe and slaughter everyone. I mean, he makes a good point there.
No one's going to see that?
That's good for us, but white folks ain't going to see that shit.
So that's why I'm saying all these movies are just wishful. What's the opposite of trauma porn? It's just what I'm saying. I understand what he's saying, but at the end of the day, I'm still riding with Namor and Killmonger. So I don't know what he wants me to do.
Tanzan says the entire film just sounds like a hit piece on Africa. I don't know if this film was so much a hit piece on Africa. You could say, you might be valid to say that in the first one, but I think it was a hit piece in two directions. And you see, Tanzan kind of proves the point. The continental Africans will look at Killmonger crazy, saying he was doing too much. That's Mchaka as well, right? But the Africans in the West would say, no, Killmonger has a point. And again, I've never heard anyone thoroughly defend why it was okay for Wakanda with all that technology to just be chilling while other Africans were being taken and sold. No one can ever give me the good reason for that. Even in the film, T'Challa couldn't really respond to why they did that. You know? Let me continue reading before this goes too long. So Ramonda goes to Haiti to see Nakia, who had left Wakanda 6 years prior. She asks Nakia to find Shuri for her. Nakia does some spying and figures out the location. She then breaks Williams and Shuri out as Ramonda talks to Namor about his plan. But before their escape, Namor tells Shuri his backstory. So this is the backstory for Namor, right? In 1571, the Yucatan people fell ill of from the plague. A shaman found a plant and along with other people drank it. The substance turned the people blue and made them incapable of breathing in air. They quickly moved to the ocean and created a civilization in the deep water, which is Talocan. One of the women who ingested the plant had a baby named Kukulkan. The baby grew up to become ruler of Talocan. When the mother died, she asked to be buried on the land. When Kukulkan, who was Namor, by the way, led some gods up to the lands where he saw colonization. He saw people who looked like him being whipped and mistreated, etc. His men, and Namor's men, because he was a boy at the time, Namor's men attacked the civilization to make room for his mother's burial. One of the villagers, one of the colonizers, called him Namor, meaning the boy without love. So that's how he gets his name. So,
can we address how the Mexican were allowed to have a male protector? He was a kid and he destroyed. He was a boy.
Yeah.
He was a boy. Let me repeat this. He was a boy. He came back on land. He saw what the slavers and what the colonizers were doing to his people. He killed them all as a boy. Meanwhile, Wakanda, T'Challa was a grown man and couldn't. Do you see what they doing?
Yeah.
Namor was a little boy. He knew that was injustice. And you know what he did? He made him pay. The Wakandan never made the oppressors and the colonizers pay.
The man who killed T'Challa's, or who played a big role in T'Challa's father's death, was going to blow his own brains out. T'Challa saved him. T'Challa put his hand in front of a bullet and stopped it from killing the guy. Right? It's now. Here's the question though: is it programming at this point, or is it reinforcement? Is it the case that black folks are just kind of docile, just kind of allowing anything to happen? They kill your kids. They kill Trayvon Martin, his daddy, normal with the killer walking around free out here, right? His father's normal out here, right? Are they informing us to be this way, or are they showing that we are this way? Or like Forecast just said, is it both?
Nah, there's programming you because these new breeds of kids nowadays, a lot of them are not scared, but they have to keep reinforced, reprogram the new generation of the new generation. That's kids know. Even a little boy at 5 years old knows injustice when it happens. He's gonna cry, he's gonna fight, he's gonna say no, or he's gonna hit you. That little boy, Neymar, revolted against the people who destroy his people. T'Challa never did that. Till right now, he didn't do that. And when Killmonger, from his blood now, was trying to do that, he killed him.
Yeah. So to continue. So after the escape, they all return to Wakanda, but only for more torment as Namor and his people invade. They flood the city, causing an all-out war. Namor takes care of all the Wakandan vehicles before flooding the throne room, holding Ramonda and Riri Williams. Williams starts to drown, so Ramonda swims to save her. She's able to get Williams to safety, but only to drown in the process. Shuri mourns her mother's passing as Namor tells her she is the queen now. He and his people then leave the country. Meanwhile, Allegra de Fontaine finds out that Ross has been communicating with Wakanda.
Can we talk about...
Let me just finish the sentence. Has been communicating with Wakanda this whole time and has him arrested. Go ahead.
Again, can we talk about the masculine power of Namor? My man just killed the queen, and he looked at them dead in the eye and said, "Yo, mourn your loss. I'm coming back in 5 days.
Yep.
Get down or lay down." Damn. Nah. No, look, we have to look at this, bro.
Yeah, I feel you.
Namor just killed the queen. He didn't, because they killed one of his peoples. Because that's why he came and did that. Because what's her name? When she helped them escape, she killed somebody or two people.
Yeah, she killed a woman. Yeah.
And the lady told Namor something. Namor came. Look, we have to if that's not gangster, my man looked at the queen. It's over. Kills the queen. Comes back. He said, "Go mourn your people. But when I come back, get down or lay down." If that's not yo, I don't know, man. I love that scene in that movie, man. That part.
So the thing that I didn't like in this scene, so there's a couple things going on in that scene too, by the way. The Black American girl couldn't swim. I found that very interesting how they put that in there. They subtly reinforced that idea that, blacks out in the West here don't know how to swim. So she couldn't swim. So the mom, the queen, saves her. Now, I like the forecast. I really thought that was some bullshit to kill off Queen Ramonda, considering we just had the funeral for T'Challa, which is based on the real life death of Chadwick Boseman, and then we come right back and kill the mom. Now, I get how these films work, right? Films work in that there has to be a huge enough loss to get the unwilling hero to finish out the hero's journey. I get it. But I and you know, when I go down the list of people, list of characters, I don't see anyone else who could have been killed that it would have had that big of an emotional baggage attached to it, like the weight attached to it, right? So I get why they did it, but I think your strongest part of the film, which is Angela Bassett, I think it was a shame to kill her off like that. What are your thoughts?
I don't know if it was the. I don't know why she should have fought. Maybe she should have had a fight with him, and maybe it would have been. But who could they have killed to make them rally up and be like, yo, we have to step up against Neymar.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. They didn't have someone else to kill. You know what I mean?
And can we talk about how Neymar just destroyed Mbaku? Like
Oh,
like he was a buffoon, a comic relief. And
yeah. All right, though.
remember at the beginning he said, which was the right thing to do, is to kill the fish man.
Yep.
But it's the main to show you big bark, but no bite.
Yeah.
Again, destroy the black man masculinity right there. Neymar just beat him up. And I don't understand, what is Mbaku's strength? Does he have super? What is he? Is he just a big?
He's just a big, strong dude. In the comics, he was something a little bit more, but they haven't depicted him the way he is depicted in the comics. Because in the comics, he's depicted like a kind of a gorilla man type thing. So the idea is that he's as strong as a gorilla or something.
Manhandled. He got dog walked by Neymar. And can we talk about the council of the elders? If it's not one of the weakest, all the men there have no backbone. They don't say nothing. Yo, this like, no wonder it was so easy for Neymar to destroy y'all.
Yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a good. The whole Mbaku thing. If I was Winston Duke, I'd be pissed off. I'm going to talk about my thoughts on what I thought they were going to do with the film, which would have included Winston Duke a little bit more, but they didn't do it. Truth 884 says, if a man steps up and has a plan and acts, then he is evil. He said, so masculinity is evil. I'm not sure.
Who said that? I didn't say that.
Truth 884, look in the chat.
But I'm asking Truth 84, who said that was evil?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the comment is about.
I said, I love Neymar, the way he carried out his plan and executed it like a masculine energy should be. I'm riding with Neymar. Neymar just destroyed your queen, your whole village, and tells you, yo, I'm coming back. Get down or lay down. But one way or another, you're going to lay down.
Yeah, fuck around, find out.
Yeah, I don't know what Truth 884 is talking about. I'm rocking with Neymar, so go ahead.
So Mbaku, after the funeral of Queen Ramonda, Mbaku has a talk with Shuri and gives her moral judgment that she should not kill Neymar. So all of a sudden, he kind of changed his tone. Now, he changed it because he realized Neymar is a god to his people, and if you take him out, you will have perpetual war with his people, and all of his people are basically super soldiers. All of his people are basically like Captain America type thing. So I guess that's why he has a change. And
Neymar's people.
Huh?
Neymar's people.
Neymar's people?
You said Neymar's people got super strength. That's why he said. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah. Neymar's people are like Captain America. They have that kind of super soldier type thing going on.
Okay.
And so if you kill Namor, who's a god to his people, then you got to deal with, and remember, Namor threatened that he had more soldiers than they had blades of grass in Wakanda. So they had so many people. Basically, Mbaku was saying, listen, don't go and kill Namor, because then we'll have war forever. He then tells her he will provide housing for the displaced Wakandans following the attack. Shuri then uses Namor's mother's bracelet to recreate the heart-shaped herb, which finally works, because it didn't work when she tried it in the beginning of the film, with what little they had in Wakanda. She goes to the ancestral plane after taking it and is greeted by none other than Eric Killmonger, who claims they are the same. They argue a bit before Shuri claims she is going to kill Namor out of revenge. Shuri wakes up from the ancestral plane, makes herself a suit, and then she drops into a meeting between M'Baku and the elders as the Black Panther. Zulia, I'll give you a chance to talk about anything you want to talk about in there.
I'm trying to understand. Like, I didn't get. So at the beginning, she was all about science, but somehow she got convinced to take the herb. All of a sudden, the herb that she didn't believe in.
Well, her mother. Remember, her mother wanted her to recreate the herb, and her mother
Yeah,
was killed. Her mother was killed, and they clearly couldn't take on Namor as they were. So she got desperate. But again, they don't capture that desperation well.
They don't.
They don't capture the desperation well. Go ahead.
So I don't understand how. So when whoever came to see you is who wanted to see you. Like when you, I don't know if you could explain it to me. When you drink the thing and you go to the ancestral realm, whoever you see is supposed to be who for you?
Well, that's an interesting thing that they kind of laid on us in this film. When we saw T'Challa drink it, he went and he saw his pops in them, right? As the king and as the Black Panther. She wasn't the Black Panther. So maybe something different happens when you're not the Black Panther. And also there was a suggestion right before she went in. Nakia says something. I don't remember what she says, but I realized, because I watched the film earlier this morning, I realized that what Nakia said is what probably had her thinking different, or something Shuri said about revenge or something, hate, something she said right before she drank it. And I realized, well, that's why she saw Killmonger.
And what Killmonger told her, I forget what he. Do you remember what he said?
Killmonger basically said, "We're the same. You're not like your brother. I'm not like your brother. You want revenge like me. Go and burn the shit down."
Burn who? Burn Namor down, or burn or
yeah, go get your revenge against Namor.
See, again, they do that with the Killmonger character to show you how he was local, that he wasn't really looking for revolution. He was looking for self-revenge.
Yes.
Because they could have had Killmonger say, Namor's right. You should go with him. They're going to destroy you one day or not. It's your time not to stop it, to make sure it never happens. But they tell you, they make Eric Killmonger be selfish, talk about revenge. So again, to make anybody who think like Killmonger or Namor, it's to tell you, don't be like these people. Even if they are right, they're selfish. They only see, they are blinded by their own revenge. So go ahead.
Yeah, so Forecast says, I think she saw him because she had vengeance or something. Yeah, she saw him because right before she drank it, there was something said about vengeance or something, and I think that's why she saw him. Earlier, Forecast said, but how did this whole army get into the city of Wakanda, especially after the first time you got in? You know, this is stuff that the film doesn't really tell you. The film doesn't really give you that information. I guess you got to put it together, right? Forecast says, like death and destruction, but T'Challa depicted as weak. All right. Let me go through this thing. So in preparation of the battle coming, Shuri and Riri realized that they could weaken Namor by heating his body up to where it cannot get oxygen. Which is, by the way, in old cartoons, Like those Fantastic Four and stuff cartoons from back in the day, Spider-Man cartoons from way back in the day, like when we were kids, you and I, Zuli. That's how they always defeated Namor. They always had him and Iceman strung out over some kind of heating element that dried them out and they couldn't use their powers.
Okay.
They then make a second Ironheart armor. Shuri gives Okoye new armor, acting much like Iron Man's as well, called the Midnight Angels. Go ahead.
That suit wasn't shit. That Iron Heart suit wasn't shit.
It was garbage.
Terrible. Like whoever the prop master or the costume design person, they get a big fat L for that. Yeah. That's like on the nose. What's her name? Ironheart. That's on the nose. You may have a shaped heart because like that is dumb. It looks ridiculous. But hey,
she has that in the comics. To be fair, she has that in the comics, but you don't explain the heart shit. You don't explain why does she have this affinity for the heart. Could be because her father died. I don't know, but like why? And then why does she have this suit that looks like a Power Ranger suit from back in '94?
I guess maybe they're trying to give her own movie.
Your volume is real low.
Say that again?
Your volume is low.
I'm going to come back in because somebody was probably trying to call me, and I got to come back out and come back in.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
So, in preparation of battle, they realize they can heat Namor's body up. They then start giving out armor to Riri Williams. She builds a new armor, which acts like Iron Man's armor. They give another armor to Okoye called the Midnight Angel armor, which is very similar to Iron Man's armor again. Okoye recruits Aneka. I didn't talk about Aneka because they kind of wasted this character as well as Michaela Cole, who plays Aneka. She showed up early in the film when they the French attacked that ocean rig, but it was unspectacular, so I didn't talk about it. Anyway, in the ocean, they use a vessel to lure the Talokans into a trap. The battle commences as Namor seems to gain the upper hand. However, Black Panther traps him in a Royal Talon fighter as they take off away from the battle. So what they did was they fitted the Talon fighter to have these heaters, which the way they depicted it was kind of low budget to me. All right, they put these heaters these space heaters inside this ship, and they fly away from the battle. Meanwhile, the Dora Milaje fight the Talokans on the side of the vessel, while the Jabari tribe, Nakia, and the others battle the ones on top. Ironheart and the Midnight Angels take care of the airborne Talokans. So, let me see if Azuli is backstage. He is. All right. So I'm just going to keep reading this.
Good.
I'm just going to keep reading this, and then I'll throw it back to you. So Black Panther heats up the Royal Talon fighter, weakening Namor. But Namor moves around with like a trident spear, with a spear tip type thing, and he begins to break the ship apart. He's just, because his spear is made of vibranium, so he's just tearing up the shit. So I thought that was a weak way that they depicted that as well. It was just a heater, and it was working. It was drying him out. You could see him getting kind of, acting like he was kind of weakened and all this kind of stuff. But the dude has a vibranium spear, and he starts to poke that shit through all the floorboards, all the walls. He starts to destroy the ship, right? And eventually, he basically causes the ship to explode. But Shuri is on the ship in her Black Panther costume, and Namor, because of how strong he is, they survive the explosion, and they crash onto this like desert island or something below. The two of them fight, some more until Namor impales Shuri. By the way, you don't see no blood when Shuri gets impaled. However, instead of finishing her off, he is more worried about getting to the water before he dies because he needs water. This Mexican needs agua. An injured Black Panther breaks free and gets in front of the limping Namor. She then yells Wakanda Forever, which I thought she did a poor job of doing. As she armors up, sending a blast from the exploding fighter ship onto Namor. So he gets set ablaze with fire basically and collapse. She stands over him to finish him off, but remembers her brother T'Challa. With these memories of the man he was, she decides to spare Namor's life as long as he returns to Talocan. Actually, she remembers her mother, Queen Ramonda, who's in the ancestral plane, which doesn't make sense.
I don't get it. What? Only. I don't explain that to me. I don't get it. Why it doesn't make sense.
She wasn't a Black Panther. From what I understand. Well, then again, I guess T'Challa did explain death was just a stepping off point. So I guess that's for all his people. I guess so. Yeah. So maybe it does make sense. In my mind, I was thinking, well, first of all, how does she see Ramonda? She's not buried under the dirt or anything like that. She just like Ramonda just appears in her head, which I thought was kind of strange. What are your thoughts?
Because I was gonna ask you because I remember there was a part where the mother came back into her life. So that was during the fight?
Yeah, it was during the fight when she has the spear up to Namor's neck, about to kill him. She sees Ramonda, who in the back of Ramonda, you see the ancestral plane. So maybe the ancestral plane for Ramonda is different from the Panther plane because
or it's just a vision, or it's just some I don't know. It might just be a vision. I don't know.
A hallucination, if you will.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
So Ramonda tells her, show him who we are. And I find that's very interesting to use that wording. Show him who we are. And the next thing Shuri does is tell the man, yield so I don't have to kill you, but we will protect your homeland. We will protect the seas around your homeland. Just yield. And what they did, interestingly enough, they don't show you Namor yielding to her on screen. They cut away, and the next thing you see is her and Namor on this little ship, like on the landing gear, and she's standing up there talking about, I forget what she says exactly, but she says, basically there's a truce that's been gotten, but they never show you, and this is very important to understand. This is why you have to sit with your kids and explain these shit. They don't show you on screen his weakness. They don't show you him taking the knee. They cut that scene. And the next scene, you just see them stand up like in a truce on this plane. What do you think about that, Azula?
I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but I'm rocking with Namor, so it didn't matter. But I do see what you're saying, that when she said yield, they didn't show her, but after he told them let's go home or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what I see what you're saying, but I didn't feel a way about it. Well, I didn't pay attention to it, like you said, because to me he had already lost, which to me was like a little skinny old girl beating a grown ass god. I don't even know how that works, but I already bought into it. I suspended my what's it called?
Suspense of belief. Disbelief.
Yeah, suspend of disbelief. So I already did that. So I didn't look at it. I didn't feel any which way about it, though.
Because you make the point stronger in that sense too, because he got beat by the skinny black girl in the Black Panther suit, but they damn sure they didn't add no insult to the injury. They didn't show him yield on screen. It's implied that he yielded, but then, and we're gonna get to it in a second. Let me continue so we can finish this off because we're right at the end now. Um, Namor shows gratitude for the Black Panther and joins her as they return to the fight scene and tell everyone to stop fighting. Black Panther then yells, "Wakanda Forever," once again, as the rest repeated back. In the aftermath, Williams returns to MIT, that's Riri Williams, without her armor, so they didn't let her take the vibranium with her, as the Wakandans do not want any controversy with letting her keep it. Shuri leaves for Haiti, right, instead of challenging for the throne, which ultimately is challenged by M'Baku. So they imply that M'Baku becomes the king of Wakanda. Later, Namor, and this is important, Namor is painting in his room as his cousin Namora chastises him. She basically says to him, "Why did you yield to those people?" And you know what Namor says? Namor says, "Listen, that's nothing. That's nothing. We now have an alliance with Wakanda. It's going to be beneficial for us. Don't worry about it. We fooled them." And I thought that was a serious friggin' statement. While you forgiving black people, these motherfuckers ain't forgiving shit. They play in the game and they'll use your black ass later on. I thought that was, whoever put that in there, I thought it was well done, but black folks won't catch it. The other thing about the Shuri fight with him on the beach and stuff is once again they reinforce the idea that black folks will always forgive. You could kill their mama, they'll forgive you. You could kill their daddy, they'll even save you from taking your own life. They reinforce that bullshit with black people. Yeah, you niggas, you better forgive. But when it comes to this Mexican at the end, no, he ain't forgiven. He just was playing the game. He's going to use this alliance because Wakanda is the strongest nation on the top side of the world. He's going to use them. So I thought that was very, very interesting. And the last thing I'll say, on his way to prison, Okoye, wearing the suit that she was given, the Midnight Angel suit, she breaks Ross out of custody. You want to add anything there?
One thing I wanted to talk about even the whole Haiti situation. The Haiti, but one thing no, are you finished?
No, I still got to talk about the Haiti part. Do you want me to go to the Haiti part and then?
Yeah, you can finish everything and then we could get.
So in the last part of the film, and this is how I know there's some editing things going on, because you know how if you guys are familiar with Marvel films, there's usually a post credit or a mid credit scene, and this mid credit scene, the mid credit scene that happened comes off of this last scene here, and I could tell they did something different. I really think the rumors are true that Dr. Doom was supposed to appear in the post credits, and they changed it. So the reason why the Lake Belle, the white woman who was in the beginning of the film, who apparently died when Namor threw her helicopter into the ocean, the rumor was that she was supposed to show up to somebody at the end of the film, and that person was going to be Dr. Doom, but it looked like they took it out. So in Haiti, Shuri meets with Nakia before leaving for the beach, where she burns her funeral robe. Remember, burning of the robe means that the mourning period is over, right? And then they use that time to kind of give a little montage of Chadwick Boseman as the Black Panther, which I thought was pretty dope. I thought that was pretty cool. And then in the mid-credit scene, Nakia comes walking on the beach while Shuri is burning these garments with a little boy who we spotted earlier in the film. Because early in the film, like I said, Queen Ramonda went to Haiti to recruit Nakia to go save Shuri and Riri Williams. And there was a little boy who kind of pointed to where Nakia was, but they didn't focus on the boy too tough. So now Nakia walks onto the beach with this little boy. This little boy who says his name is Toussaint, like Toussaint Louverture, which was interesting too, because they let Shuri know who Toussaint was, because she says to him that's a very powerful name with great history. And so Nakia lets her know that this is T'Challa's son. And then the little boy says to his aunt, he says, I heard you could keep secrets very well. My secret is that Toussaint is my Haitian name. My real name is T'Challa, Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. And that's how the film ends. Go ahead, Arzuli. Arzuli, talk for a minute. I'll be right back.
So I guess that part, what they saying in the comic book, Shuri was the interim Black Panther, and after she was done, T'Challa's son became the Black Panther of the thing. In regards to the whole ending with the Haiti with the Haiti situation or whatever. I don't know, man. A lot of people said, "Oh, that was dope. That was this and that and the third." Um, I don't know about that. I mean, I guess my thing was Wakanda was founded before the revolution. Did they send people to come help Haiti? No. So now all of a sudden, um, now they recognize Toussaint as a great, powerful being. But where were you? Did you help? Did you help the Caribbean people fight for their independence? Did you help Haiti? Did you help Jamaica? Did you help the Bahamas? No. So how all of a sudden you get to say, "Oh, Toussaint is a great name. Toussaint is a great this and that and the nah, man. I'm not buying that." And one of the things that I saw that they did is that you should see who they choose to represent as the leader, because most people don't know Dessalines, I think, might be more revered than Toussaint. Toussaint is more like T'Challa. Dessalines is more like Killmonger and or Namor. And is this what they always use Toussaint out of the two?
I think that's an interesting point. I think that's a very interesting point. Go ahead.
They always use Toussaint. If you talk to anybody, or Toussaint. But at the end of the day, Dessalines is the one that finished the whole stuff off. Dessalines told Toussaint, according to history, not to meet up with these people. Don't go there. But Toussaint didn't listen. So why didn't they use Dessalines? Why didn't they use Henri Christophe? Why didn't they use Cabral Lamour?
Here's what I'll say to that. We got to be honest a little bit about it. Most people in the West, much less over in Africa, but most people is familiar with Toussaint. If we're being honest, even when I was doing history in school back home, they put Toussaint out front first. Most people are familiar with Toussaint.
They put Toussaint out front because he was more of an assimilator, the same way they put Martin Luther King in front of Malcolm.
Right.
But Toussaint, Dessalines was vicious. Dessalines didn't play that, even though in his own shit he made some mistake. But I did like when Shuri walks into the compound, you see in the front it says 1804. Google did some nice stuff, subtle stuff to show you. But my mind was, where was Wakanda when Toussaint was fighting?
Don't you think that was this is why I give Kugler his credit. I think that was a bit of a Pan-African wink there. I think he was giving a bit of a wink to Pan-Africanism there by including Haiti. In the theater I was in, when they first showed Haiti, and because they put the word Haiti and stuff, like people was like, you heard people audibly gasp, like, wow, okay, Haiti. I think that was his wink at like some Pan-Africanism. That's just my belief. But go ahead.
But you think that was his wink at uniting?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Cause listen, Nakia could have been in goddamn Nigeria or something like that, but they put her in Haiti for a reason. I think it was a wink at Pan-Africanism. Or she could have been in America, but they used Haiti because Kugler, again, I don't know the guy, but I've listened to his interviews many times, especially since he's been doing the Black Panther thing. And I think they're trying to get him to be the big guy for the Secret Wars phase 2 of Marvel. But yeah, I think he's an intelligent enough guy. I think he put that in there. And you know what's funny? A lot of the white folks probably didn't even, the white bosses, a lot of them probably didn't even realize what he was doing there. Because a lot of times they don't know. We think these white folks know everything. No, a lot of times they don't know. White folks just learn with Boom Bye Bye, the Buju Banton song. They just learned what Boom Bye Bye was a couple of years ago, when we knew that shit back in 92. You know what I mean? So they don't always know stuff. I think he slipped that in there as a wink and a nod. Person, I think Bobby Wright agrees with me. Bobby Wright says, I agree. It was a Pan-African snippet. Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I'm not giving because I know before all these things are written, are shown, are sent. There's many script writers. He's not the only one that goes over it. They have a bunch of writers, bunch of producers that have to okay this. So I don't know if it was a slip. I don't know if it was a wink or whatever it is. But what I could say is that sometimes when we talk this about Haiti, you guys kind of label Haiti like a Wakanda type of thing, what they did, right? Haiti got their independence and they stayed. Allegedly, they didn't help any of the Black Caribbean out or whatever. Even though it says that they helped, they did help. They did help a bunch of American expatriate from America to Haiti for freedom, all of that. But are they saying that Haiti was a Wakanda type of people?
That's a very good point. That's a damn good point. I'm thinking as a Pan-African wink and a nod, but that could be a little subtle thing in there too. That could be a jab. I don't think so, but it could be. It's possible.
And again, if he wanted to do that, why didn't he just use America? Why did he use Haiti? There's a bunch of isolated rebellions in there. He could have gave
most of which were inspired by the Haitian Revolution. Many of
I don't want to say that, Coco. I used to say that, but I don't want to say that because I know men fight wherever there's a Dessalines everywhere. There's a Toussaint everywhere.
But people actually said they were inspired by Haiti. I'm talking about those folks who actually said we were inspired by Haiti. So a lot of the prominent ones that we know about, those men and them said they were inspired by what they heard Haiti did. Anyway, what are your overall thoughts? Give us your thoughts as a filmmaker, as a writer. What did you think about the film? What did you expect from the film before you went in, and versus what you got?
I didn't expect anything from the film. I expected what they got. It was a bunch of I think the Black Wakanda was the Woman King Part 2. That's what I got. The Woman King Part 2. I like certain part of the movie. Like I said, I like that scene with uh with Angela Bassett's character. I think it was great that I really felt that heart. She pulled on my heartstring. I really understood that. But I like Neymar. I mean, I like what Neymar stood for because I think Neymar is maybe is Wakanda is on Killmonger 2.0 because he had a whole army behind him. So I would never side with the Wakandan because I think they're just cowards. It's one thing not to have superpower. It's one thing you walking down the street, you see somebody with a gun beating a girl, but you don't have a gun yourself, and you're like, damn, that could be my life. But it's one thing if you got an M16 with 2 hand grenades, and my man got a 22, and you just stood there and let the woman get killed.
Right.
So I could never side with the Wakandan. I think they were terrible people, horrible, and they were there for since they were. You say they're 10,000 years old?
Yeah.
Come on, son.
Oh, someone asked a question. I just remember. Bashinga is the first Black Panther. I think they're doing a Disney Plus show, and they might. If I had to guess, they'll probably get into that. But Bashinga is the first one, the first Black Panther.
So I'm just saying that, and I want to say something which I know I'm gonna get slack for because y'all almost killed me on your post that you had about home is Africa, right?
Yeah.
Yo, what if subconsciously, like that's just me. They say vibranium is supposed to be only for Africa, but maybe vibranium was also found in the sea in this continent. The panther is not originated in Africa. The jaguar is indigenous to the America, South America, all the way up to
Why are you
North
talking about
America.
the Jaguar though?
What you said?
Why are you talking about the Jaguar?
Because the panther is a jaguar.
No, Black Panther. Black Panther is just a title for certain big cats.
No. Black Panther. There's only if it's black, it's a jaguar. A panther is a jaguar. Have you ever seen a black tiger, a black lion?
Yes.
It's only the jaguars.
No, there's black lions too.
Nah, never.
Yes,
Show it to me.
black lions too.
There's no stop. Go. Okay.
Yo, the panther is in Africa.
The panther is not indigenous. The panther is not indigenous to Africa, bro.
No, look it up.
I looked it up. The panther is indigenous. The panther is a jaguar. When they say panther,
you guys in the chat, look it up. Is the panther indigenous to Africa? It is. It's indigenous to Africa, Asia, and
a panther is a jaguar. Goku.
Okay. What's the point then?
The point I'm trying to say, and also when you saw Neymar talking, did you see the painting behind him?
Yeah.
If the painting behind him were black people, the blue people, supposedly that's what they call, and the Native Americans have a lighter hue than what was painted behind him. I'm just saying that there's something that they're trying to tell us. A lot of us don't want to believe it. I got killed on the thing for saying what I said, but I feel that we have as much claim to Africa as we have to the Caribbean, South America, and the Americas. But that's just my point of view. But overall, I think the movie was okay. I did, and the way they did Shuri, like they like, I don't think like her wardrobe was all. I don't know. I think it was a good thing. Maybe they said she had to become masculine to become the Black Panther, but she didn't even bulk up. Like I think there was a lot of stuff that was left out. But overall, I think the movie was okay. Would I would I go see it again at the theater or whatever? No, I don't think so. But it was an okay movie.
Now, the first one was the first one was worthy of a rewatch if you wanted to. I wouldn't go back and watch this one. Um, and by the way, Bobby Wright is letting you know in the chat that a Black Panther is not a jaguar, it's a leopard. Like I was saying, and
Oh
truth
my god. Okay.
and truth is letting you know, dude. All big cats are have the scientific name as a panther. All big cats, and they come from like Central Asia, Africa, etc., etc.
Okay.
You see, the Black Panther is a leopard, not a
The
jaguar.
Black Panther is not a leopard, bro. It is not a leopard. It's a
See,
jaguar.
that's something that was missed in the first Black Panther. Killmonger's suit was Jaguar inspired because that was to represent the Americas. But Black Panthers, the big cats, the black cats, no, that's African.
Okay.
But what I will say about it is this: I don't want to belabor the point too much. What I will say is this: I thought the film could have gone much better ways than it did. One of the things I thought going into the film, because I heard a rumor about it too, and I thought to myself, that would be pretty cool, is, it'd have been cool if they had done more than one Black Panther in the film. And then at the end, if they wanted to settle on one, if it's Shuri, fine. But that's what I thought M'Baku was going to be. I thought M'Baku was going to be the interim Panther, or one of the interim Panthers. I thought it would be M'Baku, Okoye, and Shuri, because Shuri is not really a fighter. She's not a warrior like that. But they just went predictably with the Shuri thing, and I think that was a bad idea. I think the kid being in Haiti and stuff, I think that's a nod to Pan-Africanism. I think the thing that you need to sit down and teach your kids when you watch this film is to look at the bullshit that they do with black folks in the film. The weakness that they show, black folks are always forgiving and on all this. Meanwhile, this Mexican who literally came up out of a river with his back wet, a wet back, this dude, he's plotting. He's telling you, similar to what they said in Power a couple of years ago, the future is brown, right? Black people's time is over. He's plotting to use these black folks as a come up, but he don't really care or give a shit about them per se. Let's welcome in Tanzan, who I guess was quietly sitting in the chat, just waiting to come in and blaze us for talking about Africa. But go ahead, Tan.
Yeah, you're all biased and anti-African, and this film just shows your true colors.
I disagree, but continue.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't know if the echo is coming from me. If it is, I can go and come back.
There's no echo. I can't hear echo.
Okay, cool. So, first and foremost, the depiction of I guess Wakanda is supposed to represent the ideal African state, which is absolutely ridiculous. But let's just say that some kind of state existed at that time when the rest of Africa and Africans in diaspora were having the worst time of their life, but they had somehow just hold themselves up in this haven away from everybody else. But in the first one, it did show, Lupita trying to help those refugees. And then it was Chala. Chala is a terrible character. This is just the worst, like, I don't know how this movie is the most anti-African movie that they ever sat down to, and you guys don't even see it. You only see Killmonger and say, oh, he's a hero, he's a hero. Like, look at what they did to T'Challa. Firstly, he's just an inept. The first scene that, do you think that the first scene they show with Superman is him being held by a bunch of women? No, he's fighting, he's rescuing Lois and whoever. He's not being held by his women. Like, that just looks, and the whole time, that movie, just, he's a weak man, first of all, and then he lacks compassion. His women are the ones who, firstly, Lupita is the one trying to save the refugees, Okoye is the one trying to, fight for him and protect him and all this stuff. His mother is the one trying to preserve. He does nothing. He's the most useless character that ever was. He's just a vacuum. That's why, that guy, look, he should have been replaced, not because he died, but because he was just a terrible actor and a terrible character. His accent was terrible, his acting was dry and just lacked passion. At least Killmonger came with some passion. This guy was just just there. I am like just a vacuum. Even Keanu Reeves with his blank face puts more emotion into his characters, but that's an aside. So just taking him as a character, firstly, he's weak. He cannot, do anything on his own. And this Shuri guy, she already showed her disrespectful character in the first movie. Like when she did that finger in the air. What African sister does that to her brother? Like, what the hell? She should have been, taken in and disciplined thoroughly.
Hold on. Say that again. What did she do? I didn't hear what you said. Can you? In the first one.
In the first film, at the first meeting, when T'Challa comes home, and then she's there and she turns around and says something to him, and then she gives him the middle finger. Like that does not even exist in Africa. That concept of up your ass with the finger, that is not even an African thing. And that was so disrespectful to her own brother and her elder brother. What kind of depiction is that? Just horrible through and through.
Again, I agree with what you said 100%. Again, we have to be mindful that story is written by somebody from Hollywood, and the machine. He's part of the machine. But go ahead.
Yeah. So the whole character of T'Challa is just written in the worst way. He's shown as weak. He's shown as subservient. He's shown as, lacking any kind of backbone, both to his little sister. He's a little and sister, just a confused, just quiet man. Like, all he has is his quietness, not even his strength.
So
anyway.
Tan, how are we anti-African, though? Because right now, you sound more like us, but continue. How are we anti-African?
Well, because you're taking this depiction of an African as the truth. You're saying, oh, well,
No, we're not doing that. We're talking in the film. In the film's history, slavery occurred, and these mofos sat up in Central Africa, right? Central West Africa at that, right? West Central Africa, I should say, right? And they sat up here behind their cloak and shield, and they let that go on. And again, I've asked this question many times since that film came out, and everyone who talks shit about Killmonger, right? No one could tell me the justification why this African country, and it's not a real country, people, we understand, but as far as the film goes, why would this country sit back, watch Haiti go through three wars with three different superpowers, watch all these people get destroyed in these African countries nearby, get stolen and sold? Why would they sit around? You cannot be vexed with Killmonger for looking at it when he looks back at his knowledge of self, right? You cannot blame Killmonger for looking back and saying, yo, y'all could have done something.
Yes, but here's the twisted thing with the movie. Not only that, but once they find out that, the entire world, there's oppressed people outside of the world, they're willing to go and help a bunch of people from somewhere that they don't know. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with opening a center in Chicago, but you're going to, it's like when Oprah went to Africa to help Africa. It's like, it's cool to go, start a school in Africa, but why don't you start with your own area first? Nothing wrong with that. And you can do both. Like, she has money enough to start a school in Chicago and, in South Africa. Like, what the hell, Oprah? So she was just trying to play one side against the other. But you can do both. So this whole idea of, it took, some CIA people coming and telling them like, oh, you really should start, sharing your vibranium. And then the movie ends with now they're sharing their vibranium. Like, they didn't know about the rest of Africa. You think that the rest of Africa would have liked we hate Wakanda more than you guys do. Like, you guys are all there holed up, and the rest of us are, because it's not just all the way there that they were shipping slaves. There was slavery going on in Africa itself. So these people are holed up just enjoying life, and the rest of their neighbors are suffering. You think the rest of Africans would have liked Wakanda? Of course not. We hate them.
Urzuli mentioned that the whole Arabs, because it's 10,000 years ago that Bashinga finds a heart-shaped earth. So yeah, Urzuli mentioned that. You guys sat your asses there.
Some sick people slavery up there in Wakanda, and then at the first instance, they're ready to share with the whole world, but they're not ready to share with their own people. Like, come on, this Wakanda is an evil, it's an evil depiction of Africa. It's the worst.
Well, I'd be damned. Tenzin is anti-African too. So I don't know.
I'm anti-Wakanda. There's a big difference. I'm virulently.
No. Don't do that, because when I was saying Killmonger was right, no. When I was saying Killmonger was right, you was defending Wakanda. All of a sudden,
I was not.
Yes, you was.
I was not.
You were.
Oh my goodness! Have you heard anything I said?
Yes, you was.
How?
You said Killmonger was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yes, and let me tell you why. Why? The reason I said he was several pieces of shit. The first one is for killing his own woman. Like, how do you justify that? How do you want to go fight for a people, but you're going to sacrifice your own woman? Like, what is there to fight for after you kill your own woman?
Because your woman, because there's something more important than your own woman. He was fighting for a cause. If you got to kill your own to fulfill your cause, that's going to benefit the world, you got to do it. That's the masculine energy.
Well, okay, if that's what you're willing to do, but I think that
you let your womanhood came in front of the cause of the whole world. That's what you just did. And because of that, you called him a piece of shit. But then again, Tenzin, the people who wrote that did that on purpose to destroy the ideology of Killmonger. Killmonger's ideology wasn't wrong, but to make you feel that he was an asshole person, they made the character kill his girlfriend, and then they made him kill the older lady. That is on purpose. And again, I'm not I'm saying anybody who says Wakanda was right is a piece of shit.
Why not?
Wakanda was not right for several reasons. I'm saying that Wakanda was right, but I don't agree with Killmonger either for several reasons. That was just the first. Now,
what do you mean? Let me tell you. Do you know? I'm gonna give you. Do you know what Dessalines did?
What did Dessalines do?
Dessalines did this. Dessalines said, "Who do you think? Who thinks we should go and talk and sign a treaty with the French?" Which is what Toussaint wanted to do. A bunch of men said yes. He asked another, "Who wants to die or burn this whole place down?" A bunch of men said yes. You know what Dessalines said? Kill those people. Kill those people who want to go sign a treaty with France. So he was wrong too?
So Dessalines wanted to kill Toussaint?
No. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Toussaint wanted to rule Haiti with the help of France. That was one of his options.
Yes.
But after he got captured, there was a war. There was a war. Dessalines, people were debating. Dessalines asked, "Who do you think? Who thinks we should go and make peace with the French and sign a treaty with them and listen to them?" A bunch of people raised their hand. He goes, "Okay, go over there." He said, "Who think we should die or burn the whole fucking island down and not accept nothing from the French?" a bunch of men and women said, yes, we should do that. Dessalines told those people who think we should burn and fight to the death to kill those people who wanted to go sign a treaty or talk, go to the the negotiation table with the French. So Dessalines was wrong for that too?
Well, I can't say with that one. Couldn't he try to persuade them and say,
Persuade them for what? These see that's the women
or
thing. That's the
well,
women thing.
let me
You're a
ask.
woman. Stay with the children. You have no place in war.
No. Let me just ask something. I'm asking. Let me ask then, as a woman. You present me with two choices, but can there not be a third?
What's the third choice?
The third choice would have been to tell the people that we're not going to compromise, and you can either fight with us or we will kill you. And most people will preserve their lives over, their opinions. So I think that would have.
No, because when you do this, you're only gonna fight because we say we're gonna kill you. And if we do fight, because you're gonna rise up one day and trying to overthrow these people, because deep down you want to make peace with the French. Nah, we wipe you off. You're an enemy. If you don't understand the magnitude of this war, or if you don't understand how slavery, raping of your grandmothers, raping of your grandfathers, killing, using your body for, like you was, and you want to make peace? Nah. There's no third choice. You either, just like Neymar said, you either get down or lay down. That's the masculine energy.
Okay.
And that's why I'm riding with Killmonger. But at the end of the day, like I'm telling you, they put that in the character to dehumanize him, to create
to make him the bad guy.
Yeah, to make him the bad guy.
But that's what I'm saying about Chala. They put all those things in his character to make him into a weak guy. So they portray Chala as a weak man, the same way they portray Killmonger as an evil man. They might both have their merits, because Chala was not wrong in everything. Firstly, he had great respect for his ancestors, his father. They seem to have a good relationship, even beyond death. And he seemed maybe not.
T'Challa was wrong in everything. He was weak. He didn't make his own decision. The only thing T'Challa did was right was when he told his father, "You were wrong."
Well, I didn't like that scene, because while there is a way to disagree with your father and your elders, it's very disrespectful to just tell them in their face like that. He could have said, I don't agree.
What are you talking? What?
Okay, fine, all right. I might be wrong, but he could have just said, I disagree with you, not that you're wrong.
Not that you. Tenzin, that's not like.
How are you going to argue with a dead man? He's dead.
He's not a dead man. He's not a dead man. See, this is what you say. He's not a dead man. He's not a dead man. And you stop saying that.
Okay.
Why do you say?
Let me interject real quick. Juana's asking this question here. Killmonger's plan was to use vibranium to enrich his people, to use the technology, the weaponry, to get the shit that we talk about every Saturday on Shoot the Breeze. Killmonger was cutting through all that talking by trying to go and arm his people and teach his people how to defend themselves. That's why he went into the military, right? To take that training back, to take that vibranium and the weaponry. And he was punishing Wakanda too. And I think Wakanda deserves a good beating.
Oh, wow. A beating, not a distraction. He was just as genocidal as them. Firstly, even let's just pretend that, yeah, fine, they deserve it. But instead of burning it down, he could have harnessed that. He could have taken it and taken some of that power of whatever he was burning down.
That's what he was doing, though. You can't go into Wakanda and talk to the people.
Not talk, but why burn the resources? Why destroy those purple plants? Like he could have explored whatever power they had, because the power of Wakanda was not just in the vibranium, it was in whatever purple stuff they ingested orally, in that weird scene. But
here's the thing,
huh?
Ty. Here's the thing.
Okay.
One of the things you gotta respect about Killmonger, it wasn't like he was hoarding the heart-shaped herb for himself so he could be powerful. He was standing up as a man without all that super soldier serum shit from the heart-shaped herb. And he was going to go, anyone who wanted to test him could test him as a man, not hopped up on this heart-shaped herb stuff. And to answer Buana, he was trying to take that vibranium and liberate his people. I cannot fight a black man, trying to liberate his people.
Okay, but let me also ask this. When Wakanda, that whole thing was over, once Killmonger was gone, all of that fighting was done, what was the first thing that Wakanda did? They went and wanted to share it with the whole world. The same thing that Killmonger wanted to do, right? So in the end, they wanted to do the same thing.
No, Killmonger didn't want to share shit with the world.
He did. Oh my goodness, he did. In that whole scene, he said he did.
This is the problem. You see, Goku? Look. Killmonger did not want to share the vibranium with everybody. He wanted to share the vibranium. With his people to free him.
Oppressed, not with his people, with all oppressed people all across the world. And that's what for me was the whole thing. This was everybody who's oppressed, come on up and get your check. No, he did not want to share it with black people. And that was stated very explicitly. I had it once and twice.
No, that's not true.
No, go and play it again. Go and play it again. I was very careful to listen.
Why I know that's not true?
Mm-hmm.
When Killmonger was in the museum, he tells the white lady, people like you was stealing this stuff from my ancestors. And he took it out of the museum, right?
Wow.
If he wanted them to have it like you're saying, he would have left the shit in the museum. That's not true. He wanted to empower black people, especially blacks in the West, who were still dealing with the bullshit from being enslaved, etc. So I cannot go against Killmonger. And Buana, Buana made easy too. Buana's asking this question: what are you going to feed the village? You're acting like the man burnt down the fucking cassava and corn crops. He burnt that one shit down because he saw it as a crutch for the leaders. He saw it as a crutch. And he wasn't about that crutch bullshit. And he wanted to use that vibranium to free his people. The same way in this.
Well, wasn't vibranium also a crutch? If he was so sure himself, the herb was just as crutch as the vibranium was. It was just an extra.
No, it was not.
Oh, wow.
No, it was not. Stop
so
that
vibranium is not a crutch,
women logic.
A weird purple herb is a crutch.
No, it's not. So why the fucking vibranium was a crutch? It was a crutch for us.
Yeah, well, he could have used that purple crutch for him too. Why did he have to burn it all down? He didn't know what it was. And then that's the other thing about him coming into Wakanda. Like he could have sat down and they could have a dialogue instead of just he coming out, I'm coming to fight you. Like, hold on. At least sit down and try to understand the culture. Just because you've read about it in some book does not mean you already know what's up.
No. He understood the culture.
Arrogance.
He understood the culture. He understood.
No, he did not. He had he only knew it from the stories that his father had told him. That was all he knew. He had never met anybody from there.
So what else?
Never been there, never visited. He went on a one trip and he already knew what was up and what he was going to do.
Tan, you're talking fool now. Listen, this guy knows that his father died. Was killed
his father, who was a traitor, by the way. That's why Charles' dad came to get him, because he had been a traitor to the whole Wakanda kingdom. So once you're a traitor to the kingdom, what are you supposed to do according to the rules?
Jensen, you don't understand shit. You one of them Africans that think you didn't do no wrong for selling us niggas. That's why Killmonger should have. No, you see what she just said?
No, I didn't say that was wrong. I already said that those who did that were absolutely wrong. What does that have to do?
The statement that you just stated right now just negated all the shit that you said prior. This is how you truly feel.
No, I do. What did I just say that negated everything? I'm not saying that people should not be held
Father was not a
accountable
You
for what
said
traitor.
they
the father
did,
was a
but I'm
traitor.
saying
You said the father was a
in the
traitor. The father
movie
was
he
not a
was.
traitor.
That's what he was. That was the whole scene with that guy
No, well, see, now I don't
with
believe you.
with
That's
the father, and he was telling him
nah,
that he
please.
was going to betray and sell the secrets, and he was supposed to come to council and face trial, which was the tradition. He was supposed to follow the tradition, but he wanted to go and start his own stuff on the side based on what he got from Wakanda. If you're going to use something that you got from them, at least give them the credit for it, or tell them that you're going to do it. He was trying to start something on his own and go against everybody. That's why he had to come and retrieve
No,
him.
no, they killed his pops because
Yeah,
of
that's why they
Arnold.
killed him, because he would not go back. He was supposed to go back and face trial, like everybody who's supposed to. He was not going to be convicted. He was going to face trial, and he refused to go back and face trial. So that means
Tanzan,
he knew he was guilty.
Tanzan, you can't be serious. You can't be serious. This man was in L.A. trying to help people turn around this situation. This brother who's the king, T'Chaka, comes through there and kills the man because he says you were trading arms and all this kind of stuff. Well, yeah, I was trading arms to help these people out, which you motherfuckers refused to do.
Well, okay, hold on. Let's stop there for just a second. So he has made an executive decision based on a whole entire power. If he had a problem with the way Wakanda worked, he should have gone and changed the system from Wakanda. But it's like saying, oh, I don't like, what the US government is doing, then I'm going to turn a criminal against the government. If you already know what the system is, first he should have gone back to Wakanda and told them this is how things are. Wakanda was already insular against the other African tribes. What do you think they were going to be against, somebody from all across, a faraway place? Of course, that's how they were going to react. So he knew what he was, getting into. He should have gone and convinced them that there was something to it, that they could have had something to it. But, turning traitors, even if your cause is right, that's not the way to do it, because your government is going to see you as a traitor, because you're going against the very rules of the system that protects you.
To help black people in the West.
Yeah, that's a good cause. But until you've gone and encountered the system, you cannot work on your own. How was he going to do that? Just steal from Wakanda and go and help black people? How long was that going to happen? He still had to be on the good graces of Wakanda, and then, but once he knew he was found out, then that was it for him. He was either going to face, trial for treachery, which is, the whole martial, trial, or he was going to kill or be killed. Because once you betray your country, those are your only choices. And he knew very well that he was betraying Wakanda. So he should not even have met with, his brother or anybody. He should just cut ties or continue the pretense. Because when you go against a system that is wicked and crazy like Wakanda, that is what you're going to expect. And we've already established that Wakanda is a wicked system. So he already knew what he was doing. He already knew that this guy.
First of all, you don't believe Wakanda was a wicked system, because if you
do.
believe, no, you don't.
But no. But in the story, not me, but the guy who was trying to help black people knew that Wakanda was an evil system. Did he not?
You don't believe Wakanda was a
no? I'm not saying me. Forget me for a second.
No. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. You don't
I do believe that it was a wicked system.
No,
what
that's a bullshit. Don't bullshit me.
Okay, so now you're going to tell me. Please tell me what I believe.
You just said, so you saying that Wakanda was a wicked system, but the man who want to go against the wicked system was wrong?
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
In the meantime, let's welcome in Bwana Gaziki. Let's see what he had to say here. He against Killmonger too, but go ahead.
Yeah, so
I have an answer to that, but I'll let Bwana Gaziki go first.
No, hold your answer. Okay, go ahead.
I would like to know. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying that once you know that the system is wicked, why do you want to destroy the system? That is such a nihilistic way to think of things. You're supposed to take control of a place and then use the resources of that system. You're supposed to go in and set fire to everything just because, those people are wicked. You're not going to throw the gold in the ocean just because
No. We're not talking about Killmonger right now. We're talking about Killmonger's father. Don't try that.
You just said right now,
do not
why
try
would
that.
I be against somebody who wants to go against the system?
Whatever. Do not try that. You just said, We're talking about Killmonger's father. Killmonger's
Yes.
father did not want to destroy the herbs or nothing like that. Killmonger's father wanted them to use the vibranium, the power they had, to free the black people who were getting beat, oppressed, hung, raped by the
All of that, yes, and I'm not
yeah,
dismissing it. I'm just saying that
yes.
even
No,
he
you
was
are
very
dismissing
naive.
it. You
Okay,
are.
no,
Let
no,
me
no. I'm
finish.
saying that
You,
he was
oh
very
my
naive.
God.
If he realized, once he realized that Wakanda was an evil system that was not even helping the Africans on the continent, forget you guys for just a second. On the continent, he knew very well they're not. So how was he going to expect them to help, Black Americans all on the other side of Oakland? So already he knew what he was dealing with. So yeah, he was naive as hell. Let's talk about him. Because how are you going to deal with a sister that's evil? It's like if you're a Nazi and you suddenly realize that Nazi is wrong, and then now you're going to negotiate with the Nazis. Yeah, he was naive, and Killmonger was rash.
Dan, I'm gonna mute you if you do that kind of thing again, because realistically, you cannot say Killmonger is a Black American. He's looking at his situation, his father's situation in America, the history of his tribe, so to speak, in America. You cannot put that to the side for a minute. Killmonger is not from some neighboring country on the continent. He is dealing with his trauma. And he's saying, you know what? You motherfuckers could have prevented that shit. And I have the skill to go in there. I could beat your Black Panther's ass. I could slap your mama. I could do whatever. I've worked on myself. I am a killing machine. I could go in there and change some shit around and help our people in mass. That's what Wakanda needed. Wakanda needed a motherfucker who had the balls to challenge the authority the way things have been going for 10,000 fucking years, right? He had the balls to go in there and change it around. But what happens, and I realize it's a continental African versus the rest of us thing, continental Africans look at it, oh, look how disrespectful he is. Look at the disrespect. Look what he did to Auntie. No, this guy has there's a reason for it. He didn't just go there for shits and giggles on a vacation and slap the auntie or whatever he did. There's a trauma. This dude's father, T'Challa's father, killed this man's father, which is his own brother, because he was helping Black Americans. You think about that for a second. Why would you kill your own brother because he was helping Blacks and Africans in America? Why would you do that shit? So yeah, he went there ruthless.
And Goku, not only that,
hold on. Because if you could kill your brother for helping Black Africans in America, that means I got to go in there with a special kind of movements. You see what I'm saying? And that's what he did. Azula, I know you want to say something, but Bwana came up. Let's give Bwana a chance to speak, and then we'll continue the conversation. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I'm curious as to what should be done, what you all believe should be done about the people of the Wakanda, all the people who live in Wakanda. After Killmonger does what he does, what should be the punishment of the people of Wakanda? Should he just genocide them all, take their vibranium and just leave, or what should be done to them? That's the question I have for you.
All he was going to do, from what we could see in the film, all he was going to do, sit on the throne, rule fairly, but make sure you don't hoard this vibranium. Like, what the fuck you hoarding it for? He was just going to make sure you're not hoarding this vibranium while there's atrocities against people who look like you, who come from about around that area, right? He was going to help those people. What's the point of having all that abilities? Right? And when you open the shit up, like someone said in the chat earlier, I think it was Forecast, all you do is open up a rec center. You put a little billiards table in a room. Man, come on. When you single-handedly could have turned the shit around.
No, I agree. I think that what the people of Wakanda did was wrong. My issue with Killmonger is his governance, how he would go about governing not only but the people out of Wakanda, but with everyone else. Because you could say that he would govern fairly, but I don't believe that. I believe that he have a dictatorial kind of thing to him, and I think that he would be a dictator. And I don't think that that's what nor the people of Africa need, nor the people of Wakanda need, or anywhere else in the world. We already didn't seen enough African dictators, and for him to come in there to be another African dictator, for me, is problematic. I have a problem with his governance.
So you have a problem with his governance over the fact that this nation could have saved her cousins or nieces and nephews, however you want to look at it. Y'all have more problem with the way he went about it than the way they went about it.
No. I understand. Listen, the first thing I say is I understand the anger. I understand the frustration. You know what I mean? But you wanna see what I'm hearing is that y'all want to correct a past sin, a past problem, or what these brothers would have ignored and done. Y'all want to cure it with a sledgehammer, and I feel like that the situation that you could have resolved that issue without using the sledgehammer. That's what I'm saying.
Not true.
Because
that's not true.
I believe that. I believe
no,
that.
That's not true.
Exactly,
I believe that. No, I believe that. I believe that.
You know why that's not true, Buana? The father killed his fucking brother over it.
Yeah, but and that's the problem. That's the problem right there, because it's bigger than his personal pain. You are in governance of thousands, but I don't know how large Wakanda is. But when you're in governance of many people, it extends beyond your own personal issues. That's what a king or a leader of a nation have to understand. When you governing over many people, it ain't just about you no more.
Yeah, we understand that. That's fine. But my question is this. How were the Wakandans, how was the Jabari tribe, for example, how were the Wakandans going to be affected if you went out there and helped your black brothers and sisters in the diaspora?
I agree with that. I think that I think that Wakanda committed many past sins. And I also agree with Tan as well. How is it that the people who closest to you couldn't even do? You mean to tell me you say you couldn't kill Cecil Rhodes? You couldn't have killed Sister Cecil Rhodes in Africa? Come on, bro. I have a problem.
But can I ask something, please?
Go ahead, Tan.
Okay, so so Wakanda is as we agreed is just terrible. But what about the lionized, the good, Jabari tribe? Did they not know of other Africans who were being, enslaved?
They're all Wakandans.
Oh, they all are as well? Even Mbakwe is a Wakanda?
They're all Wakandans. Those are tribes within Wakanda.
Okay, then he's a bad guy too. Why do you all talk about him like he's some good guy or something? Then they're all guilty. Every single one of them.
Yo, Tim, we don't believe you. We don't believe you. Stop it.
They make the only Caribbean brother look like a clown. I have a problem with that. That's all.
Yeah, well, if Mbakwe is also a Wakandan, then he's just as guilty as Chala, no matter how, cool he seems. Yeah, so
all them agreed, all the leaders in that country agreed collectively that we gonna practice isolationist politics, regardless of what was happening around us. Regardless of what was happening around us, we're gonna keep it Wakanda. I think that's completely wrong.
So Mbakwe with his goofy antics is also just as guilty. So
he is just as guilty. He's just as guilty. He's just as guilty. But I'm saying that all of the people within that society agreed collectively, because I don't know what it was being and how they was educated to know what was going on around them. But I sure enough know the leadership actually knew what was happening. So if all of them collectively decided not to do nothing or interact or intervene in certain outside people, black people's affairs around them, I think that's an evil. So I don't know what to be done with them. Maybe they should be strung up. And the Wakandans needed to be re-educated, but I don't, like I say, either you could genocide them all, or what are you gonna do with these people? Because they can still exist.
But that's what Killmonger came to do. Remember, the king is an ancestral line, right? And they pass down these thought processes from king to king. He came to kind of squash that bullshit, right? There's no sign that he came to kill all Wakandans and wipe them out. He didn't fight the Jabari tribe. He didn't fight none of them people. There's no sign of that. There's no sign he came and hoarded the food or burnt the food away or something like that. No.
Didn't he fight the Jabari tribe at the end, no Koku? Didn't he fight them at the end? Or the first what is Black Panther? Wasn't he
When
fighting?
when the melee was going on, I'm sure he probably fought some Jabari tribe, but he didn't fight the
Yeah.
leader. He didn't fight M'Baku, right?
His quarrel was just with T'Challa.
His problem was with that bloodline. Like, you
Right.
motherfuckers been around 10,000 years and y'all did nothing.
No, I agree. Like I said, I agree with the anger. I agree with the
Yo,
frustration.
yo.
That's understandable.
But why not? You cannot.
Yes, sir.
You cannot agree with both because
Yes, you can.
no,
Yes,
you can't.
No,
No, you can.
no,
That's some
because-
coward shit. That's some coward
no,
shit.
no, you,
Let me
no,
speak.
Listen
Let me
with your
finish.
ears and not with your mouth. Listen to what your ears and not with your mouth. What I'm saying is, you are in governance over many, many people. You cannot, as a leader, only use your personal pain to take it out on masses amounts of people. We already didn't see that shit before. That is wrong. Let me finish and I can let you rock for the rest of the night. What you saying is, and I'm saying that I understand the anger of the outside black world saying that y'all are full of shit. I understand the anger. But I am also saying, what are you going to do with the Wakandans? How are you going to govern over them? Are you going to still be angry at the fact of what happened to your past? And are you going to genocide them all? Or are you going to so-called govern them fairly, explain to them, educate them in a different way and manner, and go about in governing your Wakandan society differently? That's what I'm asking.
Why not? His problem was with the bloodline of kings. There's no indication that he was going there to mistreat and abuse the masses of Wakanda.
I don't know that. I don't know that because he choked out the woman. Didn't he kill what's the old man character? Didn't he kill him? What's the old man name? I forget what his name is.
Yeah, he killed Uncle James.
Yeah,
Uncle
so
James, because Uncle James was a goddamn sellout. Uncle James sold his father.
He was doing, but so what you gonna say about the old woman? What the old woman do to him?
Yo, can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead, Azul. I don't remember the old woman. Well, go ahead, Azul.
First of all, I'm gonna go back to what Goku said. Not only did they kill his father, they left him. You left the boy to be eaten by this whole thing.
In South
Killmonger represents an idea. When he murdered the old lady and the man, he's killing the idea. The old mentality. He should have killed all of them, all those elders. Because all those elders, if they knew, because somebody may not have known, if they knew that T'Challa's father did that, they all deserve death. Because how could you stand and let your own people get destroyed by this system over and over for over 10,000 years? Killmonger was right, 100% right. And when he destroyed those herbs, it's the idea of what the Wakandans stood for. And the movie, they make it physical to make you see, but it's the idea of the old generation that they stood there. They left him there to die. When he came back, he didn't kill anybody outside, the people. He went exactly for what was his, the throne. And M'Baku and them, he fought M'Baku and them because M'Baku and them came against him. He didn't go attack M'Baku. M'Baku came to fight him. So Wakanda is a terrible mental idea. The idea that you have the power. So that's like me walking down. So what if I tell you I was walking down the street, I saw some men raping a little girl. He had no guns, nothing. I could have beat him up, but I was like, right, you know what? That's not my business. I'm gonna keep walking. How would you view me? I'm asking, Boana, how would you view me?
Oh, you okay? Like I say, Azula.
No. Don't tell me like I say. How would you view me?
I would view you as a horrible person, but does that mean I should kill you, though? Does that mean I should kill you? That's the question I have.
Yeah, you should.
Oh, okay, no problem. So, like I say,
because multiply. Come out. Multiply what I did for the 10 millions of people, millions upon millions of people that Wakandans let die because they wanted to be in isolation. Their own people.
man, we could take this conversation somewhere else, but I can leave that.
I'm just saying Wakanda was wrong. Killmonger was not wrong. Just like Neymar's not wrong. Neymar's the hero. I don't care what the Wakandans could never. The Wakandans to me could never be the hero. They are forever the enemy until they change. And the
So,
fact
Zuli,
that
can I ask
Killmonger, hold on, the fact that then Killmonger then destroyed them, that's why Shuri and them still have that mentality on the second one. Go ahead.
Zuli, can I ask you a question? And I don't mean no offense by this, none whatsoever. But you remember our old discussion?
That
when
means
we was
that means you're about to offend me. But go ahead.
Absolutely, I don't want to offend you at all. But do you remember our old discussion when we was talking about Haiti and their independence? You remember the question I asked you about the other Caribbean islands? You don't see any similarities to what you're saying, and you can't relate. You don't see any similarities to Haiti and Wakanda in relation to what was happening to us in the Caribbean.
If you was listening earlier,
You mentioned that.
I mentioned that.
Okay, I didn't hear.
No, but hold up. Let me finish. To be honest, Haiti didn't have power and guns like that, like Wakanda. Haiti was not building warships every day. Haiti was not doing that. Haiti didn't have that. Wakanda had the #1 vibranium that could stop it. And if Haiti did that, if we go down in history and find out Haiti did that, then fuck them too. If let's say more talk about Dessalines and Toussaint, Capra, Henry, and they all did that, I mean they were a piece of shit too. And that's why Haiti's where it's at. I'm all for justice, bro. I'm all for what's right. I don't care because they hate. If Haiti did, because when you read history, they said Haitian helped a couple of countries. But when you write, you're like, what? Why didn't they go to free help? But you know what? Wakanda had their own vibranium that they could make over and over and replenish their own weapon. Haiti didn't have that. At the end of the day, I'm not anti-African the way Ten is saying. I'm anti anybody that said Wakanda was right. Anybody said you're a sellout. You would have been the guy that was gonna blow our spot for the revolution. Because Ten is saying that Wakanda was different. How do you say Killmonger was wrong? Because I'm gonna respect an elder. So Ten, if you found out one of your elders had molested your family member, you're gonna respect him too?
Listen, what I was saying was this.
Oh my God! You didn't answer the question, but you told me to listen. All right, go ahead.
Okay, you asked me a question. You get rid of the uncle. Of course, you get rid of the people who are doing all those, unjust things and unfair things and terrible things. What I was saying was not when he fought Chala or whoever. I have no investment in Chala at all. I have no respect for Chala. What I was saying was when he went and banned the plants didn't do him any wrong. The plants didn't go and say, well, because we have this power. Power is power. You seize power no matter what. For me, it's like going and saying, well, because you used this tank to demolish my car, therefore I'm going to destroy your tank. You take that tank and then you use it to demolish the rest. So all I'm saying is that him killing Chala and whoever, it doesn't matter who's up there, as long as it's somebody who looks like us. But what I'm saying is destroying something just for the sake of destroying it, take that and use it for something. He could have used those plants for his own good. He could have thought of something to use them. There was no reason to just destroy and burn those things down just for the sake of it. So that's my main problem with him, not him killing Chala or whoever. That the whole system needed to be gotten rid of. But why would you just
the whole
destroy?
system needed to be gotten rid of? And you know what's at the center of that system? Is the heart-shaped herb. He was getting rid of that.
Why wouldn't he be able to take advantage of it and use it for his own good?
He was trying to show something. He was like, listen, I ain't coming in here to be no superhero where you can't kill me. and all this old shit. I'm coming here as a man. That's how he lived. He lived as he was a soldier. I forget how they call it. He was a mercenary, I think. Right? He was a soldier, and he came in there to show I stand on this. If I lose my life in the process, then I lose it. But I ain't gonna hide behind no heart-shaped herb like y'all doing all the time for 10 goddamn thousand years and ain't helping nobody. Again, there's no sign in that film that he was coming to destroy the silos and destroy the markets and the farms and all that stuff. He went to the bloodline, to the leadership, because you guys been fucking up. You fucked up all the way through the Arab slave trade. You fucked up all the way through
I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the hub. What did the hub have to do with all of that? He could have taken that hub, ingested it, and if they were using it for evil means, he could. It's like, saying, oh, the gun has produced so much evil. I'm going to throw all the guns in the ocean because we don't need them anymore. Instead of taking all. Okay.
He was showing you I'm not like y'all. That's what it was. He was showing y'all I ain't like y'all.
And Koku, and to show you how thorough he was, when he lost and he was about to die, what he said?
Bury me in the ocean.
He said, F y'all. I'm gonna go down fighting. I don't want to be part of y'all. Because I came here to do something. I felt this is how you know.
Yeah.
This is how you know Killmonger was a man. When he lost, he didn't say, all right. He didn't say, oh, give me the vibranium to heal me. He didn't say, give me the herbs to heal me.
Please heal me. No, he said, bury me with my ancestors.
That would have been ridiculous. I think that would have been that's the stupidest. That was one of the stupidest lines in the whole world. To me, that's ridiculous. Because
what's ridiculous? What was the line that was ridiculous?
For him to say, bury me in the ocean with my ancestors, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
No.
Why is ridiculous?
No.
Why is ridiculous? Let me finish. I can let you rock out, Brazili. Let me finish. Because he didn't because he could have completed his mission. My man was ready to form a relationship where they could have worked together. He said, listen, I have herbs that can heal you. And I'm hearing what you're telling me right now. Let's work together to create a situation where we can do good around the world. Why you say you're going to just die? He is able to see and understand what T'Challa does not. They had to have a conversation with one another. And they could have a conversation where they would make Africa better and where he wanted to, whatever he wanted to send in the West better. Why die? It's ridiculous. Now T'Challa have to start all over and deal with people he don't understand, coming from a situation he don't friggin' understand. Where he could have talked to I think this is his cousin. He could have talked to his cousin and related to him on a different kind of level. So why die? Why cut off your blood? It just is stupid. Because you didn't finish your goal, and he let your anger consume you so much that everybody have to suffer right now because the man set back now 30 years, and the information that he would have had and learned through his experiences and living in the West would die with him in the ocean. That's stupid, and it's emotional, and men don't think like that.
No. Yeah, some men think like that, Wana, he went there. The reason why I'm telling Tom why he's just destroying that herb, he's not using those crutches. He's not using the Wakandan technology crutch. He came there as a man, like Azuli said. He lost the fight. So it's time to go. You understand? He came there as a man. He stood as a man, and he died as one.
But Koku, men think too. You could be angry, you could be strong, but you could be strategic, and you could think of what it is that you're doing to be beneficial. Get past your emotions. He
probably thought it out. He probably thought it out and said, I'm going to go here. I'm going to do this thing or I'll die trying. And he died. That's all to that. He said, I'll die trying. Go ahead, Azuli.
He did that because if after that battle, T'Challa was going to be king. T'Challa was going to still have the last say. T'Challa was still going to do. T'Challa still didn't believe in what he believed in. So what would be the point?
That's a good point. They would have just locked him up.
They don't have to completely agree. What I'm saying to you is he had to add to the king. T'Challa was ready to listen to what the man had to say.
Nah, he was going to. if he did listen to it, how come what he did is create a center after? If he
Yeah,
really listened.
that's exactly my point. Because if the fool that allow himself to live long enough, he would understand. No, this is the wrong way. We don't need a center here.
Nah,
We
T'Challa's
need
not a
this,
fucking
this.
kid.
We need
T'Challa's
this,
not a
this,
fucking
and
kid.
this. But he decided to let his emotions consume him, and he going with it. He going into the spiritual world, his ancestors. Now T'Challa have to start all over again, like an ignorant man, not understanding how the West works and
So when
function.
T'Challa,
Where the mind could live and make him understand these things. You
yo,
want to
yo,
be
yo,
angry?
stop
Fine.
that
I
bullshit,
don't agree
man.
with y'all.
So
I don't agree with
what?
y'all. I don't agree with y'all.
Of course
I
you
just
don't.
don't agree.
That's why y'all niggas is always gonna be under the foot of the big man, because
Why I gotta be a nigga though? Why I gotta be a nigga?
that's all y'all gonna be. That's all y'all gonna be. Y'all have no fighting in y'all. It's all just talk shit. Even in a comic character, y'all still don't have the revolutionary spirit. Even in the fiction, y'all don't have it.
You know what's interesting? You think and believe because a man is don't get upset and emotion. You know the biggest warmongers in the world. You know the biggest warmongers in the world. George Bush. He's dressed up in a nice suit. He speaks with good diction, and he killed 1 million people. He's a warmonger. You think the guy with okay, like I say, man, like it's an entertainment for
But
me.
you know
We
what?
just disagree, bro. We just disagree.
Yeah, you know what observation I made that I just seen that Mr. Untouchable just bought unintentionally.
What's that?
T'Challa kills Killmonger, but Shuri couldn't kill the Mexican. They work together. Is there something wrong with that? Do you see what I'm saying?
No, explain to me.
So like you in the movie, in the first one, T'Challa stabs whatever Killmonger, fatally stabs him. He's gonna die. But in this one, she's not allowed to kill the Talocan. Instead, they say they're gonna work together. Do you see what I'm saying? Why was
And why you so quiet? Don't get intimidated by Razuli and Koku. You know what I mean. We just talking, man. We just talking loud. Don't get
No, I
intimidated.
want time
You get
out.
very
Hey,
quiet.
I'm just listening right now.
Yeah, don't mind his loud voice, man.
It's okay.
He's a teddy bear.
I'm just
He's a
loud.
teddy bear.
But I'm saying that either way, maybe what Bawana just said, maybe there was some flaws in Killmonger's thinking. Yes. But I don't think Killmonger, based on what we saw in the movie, like Goku said, was out to destroy Wakanda itself. He was out to destroy that old ideology that say it's okay to to keep yourself to yourself, all that power, and you could help people. And in the end, you say, what would have meant? Yo, Killmonger is whatever he is. He died on his word. And for you to say that because of that set T'Challa back 30 years, T'Challa is not a child. He's like in his 30s in the movie. If you go tell your father you were wrong, how could you not understand? Why do you still need? That's because Killmonger know he was gonna go to jail, and thing was still gonna continue on as it is.
But Razuli, he is.
Can I say something? I think I can
Sure.
only interrupt when I have Kuzeki. I would say this. The one thing that I would say was different between Killmonger and his father is that his father, even though he knew that he might die for his cause, because if he knew the state of, Wakanda, and I don't know if it's just oversight or something, but I'm the one who keeps bringing up the idea that the rest of the continent was under siege at the same time. It was not just, the people across the pond, it was their neighbors that, in that scene, Lupita was trying to help. So, you conveniently forget that as if, Wakanda just had a gripe against Black Americans or something, when they didn't care about anybody else except them, So
Yeah,
how how much worse was it for people who had to go through that, knowing that their neighbors over there were enjoying life while they were suffering out here. So they went through all the history of Africa, just ignoring all of it, and when you talked about, oh, how do you feel as if somebody just sat back and looked at that, who does that? The person who's present at all times throughout history, the beginning of time and the end of it. Yeah, that person looks up every day and sees that happening, and he just says, so we're just copying,
I have a problem with him too.
You mean JC?
Yeah, whatever name he goes by now,
No, I
So,
think that he was isolated. Sorry,
that's
you finished that?
but,
Okay.
but on the other hand, I would say this, about Killmonger, was he seemed to me to have a gripe, yes, and a justifiable one towards the Wakandans. Very true. But I didn't see him say any one thing about the people who actually, facilitated and conducted, planned, strategized, and actually fully benefited from the whole, slavery. He didn't say, I'm going to fight, Dapsy or
Yes,
That's
he
his lie.
did. Yes,
That's
he
his lie.
did. What are you talking about?
okay.
lie.
Well, tell me what scene, please.
See, that's what this is why you know how in psychology they ask you one question and they ask you another question similar and another question similar, and this is how they get people. You act like you say Wakanda was bad, but you don't. You actually like that because he at the beginning when he was at the museum, he said, "You stole everything from my people, and I'm here to get it back."
Okay, so are Wakandans his people or not? Because if he's claiming the traditions of Wakanda and saying he has a right to Wakanda because of his lineage and all that,
Oh,
are those the people he's fighting for? So who are his people? And then he's not saying that, oh, I'm going to fight you. He's saying, I'm going to fight for my people. He's not fighting the source of the oppression and the source of, the whole slavery. He's fighting the people who went back and, fight black people, but also fight, the people who are responsible for
but
this
that's what the
aspect.
plan
He's-
was. What are
Then
you
just
talking
trying to
about,
get
just
the
tell you
Ken?
stole
vibranium to
from
do
us.
that.
So what if
Oh
they
my
stole
God,
from you? They
yo.
know they stole. They know their history better than you do. So what's the
No,
point of telling them, oh,
no,
you stole
Tan,
from us?
no. He's trying to get the. Why do you think he's trying to get the vibranium? He's trying
He's
to
trying to get
arm
it
his
to
people and
help
take it to these
all
folks.
oppressed people across the world, and somebody also verified that was true. That was what he was saying. He didn't say black people, African people, Wakandan people. He said all oppressed people all across the world. That could include anybody, and that's the whole thing that Wakanda eventually went and did. They opened the vibranium to everybody in the world. So eventually, Killmonger and Chala wanted the same thing. They wanted to share vibranium with all the people in the whole
No,
goddamn world, not just
T'Challa
black
didn't share
people.
vibranium with the world. You guys be watching stuff and not watching. He didn't share the vibranium.
That's why we shouldn't have women in discussions. I'm sorry.
Anyway, you guys give your last thoughts, man. We've been here a while. We could have a follow-up discussion if y'all want to. Let me know. Bonnie, you saw Wakanda Forever?
No, I the second one.
Yeah.
No, I see that yet.
So why you here?
No, because I was talking about Killmonger. I see the first one.
Killmonger and
But,
Namor the same thing. Killmonger and Namor the same characters.
oh, there's the same character. No, I saw this.
Meaning that
I
they
saw
have the same ideologies technically. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I saw the Woman King. Because my woman was watching that, and I thought it was a horrible movie.
Of course, you follow your woman. But yeah, we know that.
But I enjoyed listening to y'all go on about these characters. It's been very good. I don't know what's the next movie y'all gonna review.
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a review for the FX series Kindred. I'm gonna try to get that out by the weekend.
Okay, it's been excellent, and Tan, don't listen to Razuli. We enjoy your voice and your other kind of perspective. We need that from time to time because it can't just be Razuli.
Nah, we need to vet. We need to vet Sam.
Razuli wants
we have
to
to ask her a bunch of the same question every different way because she wild right now, bro. She wild.
Razuli wants to live on an island where you kill all the females, and I don't know what he's thinking about, but it's been fun, man. It's been fun listening to y'all brothers again tonight. I'm out.
Appreciate it, Bonner. Tan, what say you? What are your last thoughts here?
Um, yeah, I still think that
Oh boy.
that there were okay. You talk about that there was no other option. They just had to fight and kill each other, and that was the whole thing. It was either fight and but even in the movies with Superman and Batman, where was that villain speech where he explains his whole thing and then he says, "Oh, you and me are just alike," and all of that stuff. So who was the good guy and the bad guy in that? We already know it was, apparently Killmonger was the. So it was if Killmonger, as you guys say, was the good guy, then basically he went and murdered himself and sacrificed himself for what? The one reason that I was saying that was the difference between him and his father, at least his father left something behind, or actually left his son behind to continue his legacy. What, like when Haguziko was saying, what is the point of killing yourself before you create something else? And for me, I think that his character was just one of complete and utter destruction, and I don't see anything rising out of that. You can
Tanzan,
say. Mhm.
was T'Challa's father a hero?
He was a hero but a fool.
He was a hero. So he was right for killing his brother for trying to harm people.
See, that's
I
that's
think
the type of.
okay.
Razuli, what were you saying quickly so Tan could answer?
No, go ahead. Ten could finish. Go ahead, Ten.
I said that knowing what the rules of Wakanda were, he was sent there from Wakanda. He was sent on a different mission than the one he ended up taking. He should either have evaded his brother or persuaded him. But firstly, if he knew that his brother was going to come and take him back to the rules, you can't apply the rules when you want and disregard them when you want. So when he wants to help the people, he wants to disregard the rules. But when Wakanda is helping him, he wants to abide by the rules. So if he had cut off ties with Wakanda, he should have either gone in and taken as much as he could and went and helped his people, knowing that he was fighting a wicked government. Or could have tried to have a conversation with his brother. His brother was not, necessarily an evil guy. His brother was sent to retrieve a traitor, which, as people of the state, you know that there is such a thing as, treachery. If you go against the rules of society, you have to be tried. He could have, at his trial, he was given, time to explain himself. He would have explained his case and had, people listen to him. Now, if he didn't trust in the judgment of his people, then he should have made his escape well before his brother came to him. So I always.
Tan. So Wakanda's rules of not getting involved, even if it's your own African people being mistreated, you agree with that rule?
No, I don't at all.
So
I don't at all. And neither did Killmonger's father.
So no, of course Killmonger's father. No, we know Killmonger's father did it. It's T'Challa's father that's the problematic one. And that whole bloodline. Like y'all really sat back and kept that rule going while people was getting molested and tampered with right there in Africa. Molested and tampered with across the diaspora. You see that?
Okay, thank you for at least mentioning Africans as well, because both in real and in the movie it was also African, so it was not just them abandoning.
Is American. Killmonger is from the diaspora. This is why we don't mention the other Africa. Of course, the other African countries should feel a ways. Of course, but Killmonger was not from the continent of Africa. He was from America. He's an African in America, and he knows his history. And so he had a right to be upset. How the fuck y'all gonna sit there with all this weaponry and all this stuff, all this power on a world stage, and you never came to help? In fact, you killed my father because he had the idea, now I'm going to do something, a little bit something. I'm going to take some vibranium, put some guns on there. So I'm going to do something. I'm going to throw a stone like Bwana Agaziki said. The reason why we don't bring up continental Africans is because we understand that's a given. You were surrounded by all these African countries. You didn't help none of them. But Killmonger's the American. He actually is our entry into this African story. That's what Kugler gave us. Killmonger is our entry. We understand what our ancestors went through out here. So we get to watch Killmonger be angry about that. Not just that, but be angry that the people who stood by and did nothing when his father tried to do a little something, they killed the dude and left. I think it was Azuli who made the point. They left Killmonger out here alone in the world. Nah, I can't side with it. That's why I have a problem with the whole T'Challa and that bloodline. Just like Killmonger has a problem with the bloodline. That's what that story is about. He's really going against the bloodline and the council, the people around who support his ideas. That's why he was so heavy-handed with certain people around it. No, y'all sat here with the old king, right? While y'all know what was going on. The guy, Uncle James, or whatever I said his name was before. I forget now, but Forrest Whitaker. Yeah, he should have killed that dude. You know why? You ratted out my father and led to his death. You ratted him out and led to his death. And for what? He was just trying to help his people.
Ratted the father out, knew about it, never said nothing for years. And Killmonger was nice enough. If Killmonger was doing it right, everybody from that bloodline should have been dead.
Exactly.
Everybody from that bloodline should have been dead. So, are you finished talking, Tenzin, or you have more to say?
Yeah, I had some more to say, but I know.
Go ahead. We have a few more minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is what am I wondering about this whole Killmonger is this: why claim your ancestors when you just are going to denounce them? If he didn't have any, he was just on a vengeance, then that whole line about bury me in the ocean with my ancestors, that does not make any sense. And also, saying, he had a right to, the throne because because of the rules of the ancestors. So I don't understand how he can go
it made perfect sense, because Killmonger represent the African that your people on the West Side sold. That's what he represents. Killmonger represents the Americans on the Africans that were sold and left by the Africans that are still at the continent. That's why he said that. He said, I'm with the people that you sold. You didn't want me. I don't want to be buried in your cemetery. I don't want to be buried in your ancestral realm. Leave me where you was. Leave me where you left me. That's what he's saying. His ancestors are not T'Challa or them. Bury me where you killed my father. You came and killed my father? Leave me there. When he said bury me with the ocean, that represents the slaves that jumped off board and died during the Atlantic slave trade. That's what he's talking about. What is the problem with that?
The problem is, why do you have to come all the way to a place where you already said that they don't want you in order to just, die? Like, if he had no regard.
No. He didn't come to die. He lost the fight. Are we? Did you watch the movie? Did he kill himself? Did he kill himself, or did T'Challa not win the fight?
T'Challa beat him in a fight. He died. And he didn't want them to save him, probably imprison him later and all this stuff. Nah, let me go.
Because the ideologies are opposite. What's the word? They're opposite of each other.
Diametrically opposed. Yeah.
Okay. Let me tell you why, everything you all have said is just the most stupidest thing in the world, right? So if he believed his cause, like, he already knew that, these people were worth shit. Their traditions were shit. why would he engage in a physical fight with Chala? Why not just do like he did Klaus and just shoot him in the head and then just tell everybody, hey, I have a gun, I don't care about your traditions, I'm taking over, I'm doing all of this stuff, instead of going and banning things and going with the stupid traditions. Like
No,
if
it wasn't
What are
that
you
he
talking
didn't care
about?
about the traditions. His father was Wakanda, and he had the same tattoo in the mouth like his father. He
yeah, but
understood.
so what?
He understood he was Wakandan. He understood he was African.
Yes, but he had rejected the whole Wakanda. Now let's put
He did
African
not
away.
reject the whole Wakanda. He
No, he
rejected.
didn't.
Oh my God! Yo, this is a circular argument because
You know what?
you feel a way because you're African. You feel attacked, so you keep going around and so Killmonger is first generation American. Technically, he's still African. Killmonger did not come. He came for the vibranium. I don't understand what you're saying that he's why the most stupidest thing because he I don't understand where you're coming from. Killmonger
Because
still be
how is he claiming the customs of Africa and all this? Let's not say Africa, of Wakanda, saying, oh, I respect your laws. Your laws say I have to, have fight in the water with you, and then later on we have to fight in this, tunnel underground with you. When he didn't respect, the laws of Wakanda. He was there
No,
to destroy the people. So
he
let me finish. He was there to
did
destroy
respect the
them. Why
law.
would he engage in a fair fight with them when he knew that they were terrible people? Why would he let Chala have an even fight?
No, he came because the masculine moral energy he has is to come. I'm better than you. I don't need no up shit thing. I'm gonna beat you and I'm gonna win it fairly.
Yes, he came and he actually went with the tradition. He challenged T'Challa.
Well, he wasn't going with tradition when he's killed his woman, or when he's
Yo, get
murdered
out of
all
here,
those
man. Get
other
out of
people
here with
that
that
he was
shit, man. Get
killing.
out of this
So
shit,
when
man.
he's
You got
fighting
people
with
going
Chala,
on.
now all of a sudden it's tradition. But when he's murdering his uncle and murdering his woman and murdering Klaus and killing, whoever else he killed, then that one he can just make his own rules. But when it comes to fighting Chala, now all of a sudden he has to apply the rules of Wakanda.
Yes, because he wants the Wakandans to
Well,
respect
fuck
the
those
tradition.
Wakanda rules. How are you going to obey the rules of a system that you already know that is evil? He's been already obeying the rules that he wasn't, just this, person who got up and became who he was. He was fighting for the US Army, going around killing the same people he's fighting to protect now. So he killed probably more people than the people he's trying to protect right now. So he's not some innocent Boy Scout who's just, woke up one morning. He's done more killing than,
Tan. Let's just bring down the volume a little bit, first of all. Second of all, the guy went to get his training. How you think he could fight and beat fucking T'Challa? He was trained to kill. He went and got his training. And that also reflects the Black American experience where oftentimes they don't have anything else to look forward to. So what do? They join the military. That's just a fact of America. Look around and you'll see it. It's a fact. A lot of the folks who come from these inner cities and stuff, they don't have much job prospects. They ain't got much college prospects. They say, you know what? I wish D Webb was still there in the chat. He'll tell you. They say, you know what? Let me go on ahead and get this GI Bill. That's what they're trying to depict here. We got to take the emotion out some of this stuff and just sit down and just think it clear. The guy lost his father. Wakandans killed his father. He comes to find out his uncle James was a traitor who was a double agent against his own pops. Caused him to lose his life. And for what? It wasn't like the man was out here selling drugs or some shit. The man was out here trying to uplift his folks. The people who look like him, who was stolen from that continent. So yeah, he went and he got trained. He did what he did. He got trained, and that's how he was able to take on T'Challa. He couldn't take on T'Challa, although in any other way. And he went there and look at it. He didn't kill Ramonda. This Mexican did kill Ramonda, though. He didn't kill Ramonda. He even gave her respect and said, "Hey, auntie." He didn't kill that woman. But he was about T'Challa and them, because T'Challa's the new king, and you taking up that same bullshit your father was doing, who killed my dad.
And come to find out, Koku, the Ramon didn't even know about him. So they did
No,
all that. They did all that dirty work, and they even tell the council that they were dirty.
they kept it quiet. They abandoned. You know what they did? They abandoned a first, because Razuli is right. They abandoned a first generation Wakanda. Killed his father and left him fatherless in America. No, man, that's bullshit. He's supposed to be angry about that.
And Tenzin just said that how does a military leader lose it to T'Challa took the herb.
Yeah, T'Challa hopped up on the herb.
When T'Challa beat him at the end of the movie, T'Challa was herbed up.
Yeah. Which is also a part of Killmonger's point. Yeah, you beat me because you herbed up.
And then he destroyed the herb that herbbed him up. Like, how are you going to find the secret to somebody's power and then
Did you
say,
watch the
I'm
movie?
not going to
Did
eat
you
it
watch the
because
movie? I don't know. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
No. You just explained to me. I just listened, and you just
Oh
said
my
right now.
God.
Please let me say. Tell me where I'm wrong. What you just said. You said that the reason why Killmonger didn't kill Chala is because Chala had hubbed up, but then he went and destroyed the hubs. Sorry, he goes and destroys the hubs that had helped Chala to hub himself up. So
Because
he
he was
went and
standing on his
destroyed the very
manhood.
thing.
He was standing on
Please
his
explain.
manhood and training.
Okay.
T'Challa have to herb up.
Okay.
Remember,
Okay.
T'Challa could barely beat M'Baku.
Okay, well, that ABAP was enough to defeat somebody who's never killed versus somebody who's killed hundreds. So if you know that your hundreds is nothing to that HABAP must be some powerful stuff, and you're just going to get rid of it, what, because of more reels? Once you get rid
You're
of
not
your
listening.
opponent,
You're not listening. He burnt the herb field up before. It's by chance that M'Baku or had one left.
Right, they had one herb. That's how T'Challa. If it wasn't for that, T'Challa would be the dead one.
and if Killmonger had taken the herb, maybe he would have gotten an advantage, you know? Just saying.
Anyway, y'all, we could talk about this all night. Apparently, this is why we have to bring the debate show. This is why we have to bring a debate show to KWAZ Radio, man. Get two people. Peace to brother Tezzy out there.
See, I test it in the house.
Yeah, but this would be a good debate show where it's timed and all that kind of stuff.
Can I say my final piece and then we out?
Yeah, go ahead.
My final piece is I'm always rooting for Killmonger and Namor because I see our struggle in them. I will never ever side with Wakanda ever because Wakanda, even from 1 to 2, they haven't changed their mentality. It's the same thing. The same thing. Let's be isolated. Let's keep our stuff to ourselves, and then let's build community centers to help the poor blacks in America. And like Tenzin said, they haven't done anything on their side. So the question is that why would I go with a group of people who don't want me? They gave more love to the white CIA than they give to Killmonger.
Yeah. They allowed him to be a hero.
They gave more love to what's the other character that's he lost his arm and they made a vibranium arm. Claw to their own. Again, let's not forget all these characters are written by Stan Lee. So that in itself tells you about the psychology of a child, of the children of a colonizer. He couldn't come out and say Killmonger was right because he knows if you do that, you're gonna get the youth thinking like Killmonger.
Yes.
They murdered Killmonger's image in front of the world. And they're trying to uplift put T'Challa on the pedestal, but T'Challa was the weakest one. He never made the decision on his own. Even the girl that his girlfriend, her mindset was more like Killmonger. What? He had no testicular fortitude. He was undecisive. Everything the women had to help him with. But Killmonger, Neymar, I believe those are the heroes. I don't believe the Wakandans are any heroes. That's my last word on this.
All right. I'll just quickly say I don't really side with Namor, but I understand where Zuli's coming from in that Namor shows more backbone. He understands these colonizers destroyed his people, and if you fuck around, you'll find out. T'Challa, on the other hand, busy saving people, right? The man who killed his father and he's saving these men and all kind of stuff like that. I just can't side with T'Challa. I'm not against Wakanda per se. I'm not going to choose Mexico or Wakanda or anything, but I'm saying that Wakanda, what does BB Rodriguez say? But Wakanda needs to atone. You couldn't sit around watching countries in Africa around you get tore up, watching people get sold and get tore up over in the West, and you just there chilling.
Yo, Tenzin, are you trolling? Look at what Tenzin said. T'Challa wants to help the poor. Killmonger wants to help the oppressed. Any difference? I think you should be blocked for this statement this whole day. Go to sleep and come back on you.
Yeah, we'll try to bring this back up somehow in the new year. Let's end it here. It's been over 4 hours now. Let's end it here. Thank you guys, everyone who was on the panel. Thank everyone who was in the chat. Bobby Wright, Brother Tezzy, the Forecast Radio, the Matron was here before. Yana B was here. Buana Hagaziki for sure. And if I missed anyone, I apologize. But you guys be good. Share this with your friends. See what your friends think. All right. We'll talk soon. Peace.
All right. Later.
Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.
You all?